Alright, I just had to do one thing. And now I have to do one more thing. There I am. Okay. Hi, Dom, Copperhorse, and I. Oh, I think it was Copperhorse who mentioned something about Turtle Island. Somebody mentioned something about Turtle Island. Oh, first of all, can you hear me okay? I say it's the government doing tests underground. I can tell you how we can figure that out. Just let me know that you can hear this okay. And so Turtle Island, I wasn't sure because there has been some islands that have like slumped off stuff into the water. This is for the Taiwan earthquake, and so I wasn't sure if that was from a previous earthquake, but now I realized that it was from the Taiwan earthquake, and I guess some of it fell off. I haven't been able to really catch up on that, so I can't tell you more about if it affected anything, but let's see. Oh, and hi, husband. Zach's in here. Some older multifamily homes in New Jersey are collapsed and condemned. Some older brick buildings in New York City lost bricks. Some homes near may have cracked walls and damage from breaking glass. Oh no. Yeah, I'll kind of explain with this type of earthquake. It's because it normally when you see a magnitude that's like, this is like kind of a low magnitude. In a way, when you're looking at like other large earthquakes that get breaking news and stuff like that, and I'll kind of explain why this one could cause so much damage and like be so newsworthy when it's like what was it, preliminary 4.8. I think, yeah, okay. And aftershocks are being reported around 6 p.m. in New Jersey, north and west of me. My home is a ranch and pretty solid, but who knows? Yeah, if your ranch has been okay so far, Copperhorse, nobody is, everybody that I've heard, I haven't been able to really get caught up on like the aftershocks and all of that. But what I can tell you is like I haven't heard anybody say that like this is a like foreshock. This is basically everything's gonna be aftershocks. This the 4.8 is the like everybody's saying is probably just that's the biggest one. So if you've been fine now, you should be okay. I think there was like a 4.0 aftershock this evening, and it was slightly like less than a 50% chance of having like a 4 or greater aftershock for this. Yeah. So I think the main stress that was in the system was released with that 4.8. But I mean, you can just say like from what you know previously has happened in the system, and then also like just what you would expect. But I mean, I can't say 100%. The epicenter is reported to be in a town north and west of me called Lebanon, New Jersey. Yeah, I heard about that, and I heard like the mayor was. I heard that he did some interviews and stuff. And yeah, that's so crazy. So you felt it? That that's gotta be wild, especially like when you're not expecting it, and if you're not in a place that normally gets earthquakes, but it's not uncommon. And I'm going to talk to you about the Ramapo fault line. Not sure if that's how you pronounce it. Wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, or my Wisconsin accent just makes that sound terrible. But the Ramapo probably fault line. I'll tell you a little bit about why we can't blame that one completely for this. Yeah, okay. And then, so Dom says, it's the government doing tests underground. Okay. So let me tell you about how you can tell. And I'm almost positive Dom knows that there is a way to tell if it's a test underground or not. So how energy is released in an earthquake, it travels like in a direction like from the epicenter is on the surface, but down into the ground where the earthquake actually originates, the hypocenter, I think. That's actually like how the energy, how the waves come off of that will tell you a lot of information about the earthquake. But when you have like an underground test, like with North Korea, and they do underground tests, we know that like North Korea does underground tests because the energy released from that goes out spherically. Basically, it looks completely different with like seismometers around the world. So we'd be able to tell, but I don't know if like you can't like maybe the government is just saying it's an earthquake and not an underground test. I mean, I haven't seen any of the seismic data from this, so. Yes, part of Turtle Island slid off during this quake, and there was a concern it could cause a tsunami. Okay. Yeah, there ended up not really being much of a wave except like, they said 3 meter. I think it was meter, not feet, in one place. So that's good. Yeah, it all has to do with how much the whatever falls into the water, like that water is displaced and has to go somewhere. So you can kind of get a good idea of how bad a tsunami would be from that. You didn't know there was a fault line in New York? Yeah, I'll go through that in a second. I am in top chat. Oh my gosh, what did I miss? Did I miss everything? Yes, I'm glad you are all right, Copper Horse. What else did I miss? You felt one Amarillo. Is that how you pronounce that? Amarillo? Once, and we all thought the nuclear plant blew up. Oh my gosh. I mean, if you're not used to feeling it, and like, I probably would have called if my building was shaking randomly in the morning, I would have probably called the cops and been like, I don't know what happened. Somebody blew something up somewhere or something. Like, my building's shaking. And they'd probably be like, don't call 911 anymore for this. Ramapo? Okay. It's a Native American New Jersey tribe name. Oh, yeah. I knew it sounded familiar. Thank you, Copper Horse. All right. Ramapo. I knew that. Okay. So I changed everything, like, I moved my monitor to the other side, so things might get crazy sometimes. I want to show you guys the map of this, and I had it. Oh yes, I also I'm not really super familiar with a lot of New York and stuff. You guys have, like, New York City has boroughs and all that. I'm not, like, that kind of world on the East Coast. But I know New Jersey and New York are next to each other. Here it is. Yes, and this was the problem I had earlier. All right. There we go. Yes, can you see that? I wish they'd actually name things. I actually don't know where New Jersey is on here. Or New York. Long Island is a thing on here. Manhattan. Uh-oh. I don't know anything about that. I'll tell you though. Okay, so with the Ramapo fault line, there's how everything kind of came about over there is that along when Pangea was created, the Appalachian Mountains were created by the slamming of the plates into each other. That created, like, the Appalachians used to be as big as the Himalayas. The Himalayas is how I've come to have to say it, and now I can't remember how to say it. The Himalayas, the Himalayan mountains, the Appalachians used to be like as big as that. And over time it's eroded and all that. And then at a certain point when Pangea started to break up, you got the Atlantic Ocean, and that's why you have you still have the spreading of the ocean, and that's why Iceland has volcanoes and all that, because it's still an active plate boundary. It was 20 miles from downtown Amarillo. I said that right. Oh my god, I'm so bad with names, you guys. I need you to forgive me. I know I shouldn't apologize because it's YouTube, but like, I mean no disrespect ever with that. It's gotta be a scary feeling, I'm sure. I studied earthquakes and tsunamis and never felt one, but I know it, like, I mean, everything around you is shaking and you can't do anything but, you know, try to find a safe place to stand if you can. Or if you can't move, they say to drop to the ground and like cover your head or hold on to something. But yeah, I grew up in Wisconsin, and there is one type of earthquake that can happen there, and I'll kind of explain that too in a second. So with the Ramapo fault zone, I'd love to find a good one that's got things. Okay. So this is what we know of this fault zone and the other faults that are in this area. So these were all created with, I think the Ramapo one, the fault was created through the process of when the Pangea was breaking up. There's faults that are created. I think it was created actually during the mountain making of the Appalachian Mountains. And then there's other faults that are created when the rifting started in the Atlantic Ocean. And now, though, today, there's no active plate boundary on the East Coast. And so that's why earthquakes on the East Coast are not the same as earthquakes on the West Coast. They're not the same at all. So with that, there's like a couple different ways you can get earthquakes and why you feel them differently and all that on the East Coast as opposed to the West Coast. The West Coast, you have plate boundaries. So is everybody kind of caught up on like plate boundaries kind of ideas or like tectonic plates? Because I can also... what's that? Oh, she lost 65 pounds in 7 months. Good for her. She looks happy. Tectonic plates. We'll do West Coast because you're not going to see too much of. Alright. Oh. I don't want to pay for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have everything together. I really came up with the idea to do this, like, before dinner and all that. And so, there's some good videos, but I don't really want to steal them. Huh. Yes. This. This is what I want? Here we go. Well, that came out nice. Okay. So, divergent boundaries. It's been a long time since high school. Oh my god. We're coming up on our 20-year anniversary this year. It happened so fast. I was on the phone talking, and next thing I knew, the whole house and ground was shaking and moving. I wouldn't have time to get up and go anywhere. I think I would have been knocked off my feet. Yeah. They say like, run out of a building or like, do all this stuff, and it's just like I really like with the motion of the ground. I don't like. I mean, you could give it a try, but I really feel like just the dropping to the ground and trying to like protect your head or your body or whatever is like the best thing you can do in some cases. Didn't we all take earth science? I didn't take anything called earth science. I didn't even get in. They didn't even let me into AP physics in high school. So that's a story unto itself. I thought you were. Wait, something just went away. I thought you were going live to talk about y'all being almost murdered. Yeah, I still have to do that. Okay. Because, yes. I'm still up in the air on. I might email back the trooper that worked on our hit and run and just be like, because like I think that the two women that are missing in Oklahoma, from Kansas, the Oklahoma-Kansas area, like I don't think that's related because like that kind of sounds like it's like a family thing, but like still, just in case. So I still might just make sure that they don't think it's related. It lasted about 15 seconds. Okay, that's like really an important observation too. Like not just like the severity of the shaking that you were feeling. Like, could you have gone somewhere? Or did you feel like you were just about to be knocked off your feet? Like that kind of thing. But for when it's also important to know like, how long do you think you felt it? Because that sometimes those kinds of observations can really help to determine estimated magnitude. Because I started reading Dom's other comment. I'm sorry. How sad for you. I barely passed both science classes I had to take. You think it's related? I might email him and just like be like, yeah, because I'm sure they're working on it too because they was like a state trooper. So I'm sorry, I get really distracted. You guys need to really keep me like on topic and focused sometimes. But okay, so just to give you guys kind of an idea of what we're talking about with this type of fault system, and then I'll explain how this specific fault system creates the earthquakes, why you feel them, how you do, and then like any other questions you guys have, just throw them in there. But with divergent plate boundaries, that's like the middle of the ocean. Like Iceland's got the volcanoes and stuff. That's because the ocean's still spreading, and so that's really what caused some secondary faulting and magma intrusions. And there's some really cool rocks underneath the ground. Like you have in the New Jersey, New York area, you do have some like I think they're called igneous plumes. Some like upwelling of magma into rock that's already there, and so you get like across the landscape, like a farmer will have a well and there won't be like any basalt in it. I don't think you could go down that far, but like if you could, and like a couple houses down, you could have like a huge intrusion, like a huge like old volcano that's basalt like right under the ground. And that's in some places in New Jersey and New York, you have things like that, and that really came not from the collision of the plates that created the Appalachians. I think that's like the Greenville orogeny is what it's called. But when everything started to rift. I think there was a failed rift too for you guys. A failed rift, if it's got like how like the rift that's going on in Africa right now, it's kind of like a T intersection. It's like got a triple junction thing. That when it's failed, there's one over in Oklahoma. It's called an alakagen, and that's like one of my favorite terms in geology, is a failed rift is an allocogen. And I know there's one in the New Jersey, New York area. And so there's also the big thing though about the West Coast is you have the ocean plates, and they're going yeah, oh my god, that's a terrible one. Okay. Yes. So the San Andreas Fault in particular, everybody worries about that having like a huge like tsunami with it and a large earthquake. But if you can see that you have these arrows that are going back and forth for the San Andreas Fault, and that's because the plates it's a transform boundary going like sliding past each other, and there's not, so when it locks, there's not a lot of displacement when it unlocks. And but it's called oblique. So there is some there is some movement of one of the plate boundaries going under, one of the plate boundaries is going under the other one a little bit, but it's mostly a transform, and so that's why, like, down where there's the San Andreas, you're not likely to get a large subduction zone like earthquake, like, you know, Tohoku or other, I'm trying to think of, like, historically in the United States, in Alaska, those are all subduction. And so when I say that, it's the convergent boundary where the one plate's going under the other one, and when they get locked, like, if you have your plate going down like that, like, it'll get locked. And then also you get, like, these really, it's really interesting. If you've ever seen pictures of, like, off of, in South America, off of, like, Chile and stuff, all of a sudden, like, these old houses will start to come out of the water over time. And that's because as it builds up more stress, and a fault gets stuck for long enough, like, the upper plate starts to pop up a little bit, and that raises, like, old houses that have been underwater since, like, people built houses when on this land, and then, but there was, like, just an earthquake recently, and, like, it'll subside, but then over time like, these houses, like, go into the ocean again, but then, like, as it, like, starts to get all stuck again, like, these houses rise back up. It's really kind of eerie. And then, yeah, it pops, and you go back, and it releases the stuckness of the plate, and that's the kind of thing where the plate that's stuck, like, pops, and that's where you can get your tsunamis. Or there's different faults within that. It's called an accretionary prism, where a whole bunch of sediment's getting built up too, and that's getting stuck, and you can, that's where the big 1944 and 46 earthquakes off of Japan, where they had huge tsunamis, and they've been able to tell. I worked on the Megasplay fault that was part of the accretionary prism on the overriding plate. And so really that, like, anything that's stuck that moves the water because it displaces the water above it, that causes the tsunami. That makes everything crazy, but this is all things that could happen. This wouldn't even happen in LA because we don't have a fault system like that in LA. We do have fault systems like that, though, when you start to get into the northern part of California, Oregon, Washington. That's where you get that's where you can get scary ones. And if you've ever looked at the Vancouver skyline and seen only glass, yes, that fills me with a fear I don't understand, because those will be falling knives someday onto the people below. Just saying. There's going to be a huge earthquake. Vancouver's going to be affected. If you look at all that glass, I don't know why they would do that. And watching the insurance companies say you didn't have earthquake insurance so they won't cover it. Oh my gosh. Yeah. What? How? Zach, Zach, you know the answer to this. What would you expect from an insurance company during all of this? You haven't heard of any injuries reported. No deaths that you've heard of, just homes that collapsed partially or are now leaning over and condemned, so some people are now homeless. That's awful. And I heard that, I heard it wasn't that bad, but obviously, I mean, you're from the area, you know better. Like, I'm going to totally believe that that is true. Like, and I just didn't hear that it had actually been that bad. It's definitely weird to see your wall swaying, I'm sure. And then I would be afraid of, like, yeah, the structure of my house, like the structural integrity of my house after something like that. And the floor rolling, yeah. So what do you think will happen Monday with the eclipse? They say that in the 1811, 1812 eclipse, they had a ton of earthquakes, one big enough to make the Mississippi flow backwards. That wasn't from an eclipse. That was from the New Moderate Fault Zone. That's why the Mississippi flowed backwards. No, nothing's going to happen from the eclipse. Dom, come on. Aliens are going to come. That's what I think. I think that's the only, like, crazy thing that's going to happen during the eclipse. I think the craziest thing that's going to happen during the eclipse is going to be that everybody's going to watch it, and then they're going to be like, oh, that was it? So, yes, going back to this. So, we have some crazy active tectonics going on the West Coast. But that's the West Coast. That's where we still have plate boundaries. We don't have plate boundary. We don't have a plate boundary system here. We have the ocean because of the rifting of the supercontinent from before, but we don't have anything actively happening here anymore. And so that kind of inactivity, that the intra plate kind of fault systems, when they are triggered, and I'll explain how they're triggered in a second. When they're triggered, you're gonna feel it more in a subsurface, in a ground type like the East Coast than on the West Coast. So like a 4.8 is gonna be felt easier over a larger area than a 4.8 on the West Coast, and that's because of a couple factors that are all kind of connected. So on the West Coast, you have it's warmer ground. It's just the active plate boundary. There's the all the movement and the magma and all of that. And all like just the newly created ground and the sediment, everything like that. On the West Coast, it's a warmer ground. It's cooler. It's a cooler type of rock on the East Coast, and it's harder. So it's harder and cooler on the East Coast. And because of that, the ground can ring like a bell. And that's like a phrase that was used a lot when there was the earthquake that caused damage to the Washington Monument. They were saying like the ground rang like a bell. It's because it's really hard. It's this really hard bedrock, and so the waves from the earthquake can just spread out easier without losing energy than in a warm, looser ground like on the West Coast. So that's why like a 4.8 would just be felt easier on the East Coast than the West. But then you also have the fact that, like I said, let me start reading. I'm kind of reading some of these things that are coming in here. You agree, but wouldn't be surprised if something does. Oh yeah, I mean, the idea that you're putting all, if you're talking about the eclipse still, yeah, the idea that all, like, the sun's on one side of the, I mean, something could happen. I'm going with aliens first, though. And Di is still here. You're taking notes for the quiz. Uh-oh. Is everything making sense right now, you guys? 'Cause it's really hard to find good maps. I found a good one earlier when I was, like, looking this up, and I didn't save it because I was like, oh, I found it so easy. And then now I'm like, really should have saved that location. Yeah, no, I don't have it. I really just don't know my New York and New Jersey geography very well. I know I'm looking at, I know this is part of New York. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I really just don't know this area. And the earthquake today was the strongest in New Jersey since 1783. Yeah, they oh, I heard it was 18 something, but I've been running around a lot today, so I will take your word for 1783. That's yeah, so I mean nobody alive that felt this before, anything like this before over there. So the thing though is the faults that we're talking about, the Ramapo, and I can't believe I forgot how to say that. I knew that. I knew how to say that. Yeah, all these faults, like, because I said this isn't an active location, it's not active, the ground is cool, that's why the ground vibration can travel so fast, or can travel so far, and people can feel it just at a distance greater than what would be felt if you had like the same magnitude on the West Coast. In this kind of fault, the fault isn't active anymore. It's an inactive fault. But I know, like, especially Copper Horse right now is saying, no, it's definitely active because I felt it, and yeah, it was reactivated today, and I really find these kinds of the reactivations to be fascinating. And here's what my theory is on the reactivation of this fault, specifically at this moment. So the ground still has a fault trace. It's still like disconnected, like it doesn't come back together in any way. So after these faults are created and the tectonic regime that created this fault, stops in that area, this specific fault, this slice in the ground, sits there, and it's still impacted by things that are happening. So there's two main things that can cause reactivation on a fault, and then there's like a third that Dom will definitely maybe have a story about, because he has a story about everything. So, and I like that, just by the way. I'm not making fun of anybody. So the two main things that can reactivate a fault are water, because the fluid flow in a fault, if you have fluid go down this crack, you can slip the rock again. And just like, if you're walking on a tiled floor, it's easier to slip on a tiled floor if it's wet than if it's not. So if you get water into a fault zone, it can slip again. It can be reactivated. And fluid flow is even important still in like places like when I worked on the Nankai Trough off of Japan. We knew from my modeling of the seismic data, like I looked at we imaged the ground, and I looked at, I specifically went in and looked at the data that came out of the seismic survey they did, and you could tell by how the seismic data came out that my fault specifically, by doing forward and inverse modeling, was still active because it was wet. Like you could see that if it wasn't active, it would have like appeared differently in the data. It would have been like there wouldn't have been fluid flow in it. And they also put a rover down there at one point, another group, and they saw fluid coming out of the ground right by where the fault would like meet the ocean floor, and you could see the water coming out. So water in general is a big thing for faults and for the slippage of faults, and to show that faults are active or could be reactivated again. And so I know that we just got a lot of water dumped on everybody. I have a flooded basement right now, and that's why I wasn't on. Like, I want to do one of these like almost every day now, but we have a flooded basement, and so we got lots of water. I know the East Coast got lots of water, and so I'm just wondering if all this water somehow was the cause of the reactivation, this momentary reactivation of this fault. Another thing besides water is like new pressure. Okay, so new pressure and water. One of the craziest things that is out there right now is, I think it's Three Gorges Dam in China. It is built, the dam itself and the lake and all that itself is built right on a fault. And so you're not just like adding more water with that lake and stuff, but you're also putting a really heavy lake and dam on top of this fault. Dude, Three Gorges Dam, if that thing, like, if that fault slips and that thing busts, that is going to be heartbreaking for all the people downstream. I'll just tell you that. It was really dumb to put it there. Yes, it's making sense and it's fascinating. Yay, I made sense. Zach, write it down. I made sense. Yes, you are. LOL. How did that happen? Poor sewers? Wait, which thing? My flooding? My flooding happened because, like, we just had flash flooding in the area, and our patio, I think, flooded too much, and it went in through a crack by our pipes. Di helped me diagnose this. But we have a plumber coming next week anyway, because we have black flecks in our water. And so, and we have lead pipes. So I have Tom from Little Tommy's Plumbing, who is not Little Tommy. He's just another guy named Tom at Little Tommy's Plumbing. He's coming, and he's going to look at the lead in our water, and also I'm going to ask him to look at this pipe that has water coming around it. But don't worry. The flood only happened in the room I was storing all my things in cardboard boxes. And it only soaked the bottom of every cardboard box that had something in it. All my empty cardboard boxes were spared. So that was fun. Because they don't care about their population. Yeah, they don't even care about their historical relics either. Like, they just flood it. They flood everything. You're reading about fun earthquake insurance facts. It all has like 20% deductible, so really only helps in total loss. It would wipe out smaller home insurers and bad quakes, so many don't even offer it. I knew that he was going to look it up. And I know that he's happy to look it up too. Come back to Wisconsin, get better pipes. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. Because I never thought I'd live in Illinois. I'm not going to rag on Illinois too much right now. I wish I could move my house, though, from this spot to Wisconsin. That'd be awesome. But yes. So the other thing besides water is that can reactivate a fault is pressure. And I'm just wondering, I know that there was discussion when I was in grad school about big earthquakes seem to kind of all come together at once. Like, when one happens, all of a sudden there's like another one a little bit later, and like another one like a couple months later or whatever, or like a week later. And it's like, do big earthquakes trigger other big earthquakes? But everybody was kind of saying no, like, and I totally agreed, because like, kind of with that argument because, like, I mean, they're completely different fault systems. Like, Japan stuff shouldn't have anything to do with like Chile's stuff, but when you have a large earthquake, though, you're spreading the seismic waves all around the planet. There's some really good images of after the Tohoku earthquake. The seismometers all around the world were showing the rippling of the ground movement from that earthquake. And so I feel like you can change the pressure, the stress and like the strain on a system. I mean, if if the ground is like moving and you're like jiggling a fault zone, I feel like if it's the right conditions, like a fault is ready to go soon, and now you've just like slammed some seismic waves into it, I don't see why you couldn't trigger an earthquake somewhere else from a big one. But I really don't know where everybody stands on that now. So I feel like it's possible that a big earthquake could trigger another one, but I really don't know where we stand on that. So I just, since the Taiwan earthquake happened yesterday, or a couple days ago. Oh my gosh, where did this week go? It's Friday. Oh my god, when did that even happen? Anyway, when the Taiwan earthquake like kind of just happened and then this happened, it's like, I don't know if that would be a big enough event to trigger things elsewhere, but if you have any amount of ground shaking, and especially if you have water introduced into the system and the earth feels the seismic waves from this other earthquake, I'm just wondering if somehow that could have impacted it. There's also pressure that, since this is it's an intraplate earthquake, so it's not at the active fault zone, but we still have the rifting that's going on in the center of the ocean. That's still causing stress in other parts of the system, and so you could have movement on these inactive faults from the rift zone too. So the change in like the pressure or stress of the system could cause it to reactivate. The water introduced into the system could cause it to reactivate. And there's another thing that could cause faults to reactivate, and I don't know if this would be the case here or not. Like the receding of the ice sheet was at the Laurentide ice sheet, I think, from the Wisconsin glaciation period, maybe. After the last ice age started melting and all of that, that heavy, like, thick ice sheet, like, that's like, I don't know how many stories tall these ice sheets got, but it's a lot of a weight on top of the ground, and it sinks the ground. And when these glaciers recede, the ground starts to bounce back, and that can trigger earthquakes. And I think that's why they think that the New Madrid fault zone can be reactivated from the bounce back of the ground from the last glaciation. And I know that the failed rifting that happened in the center of the United States, I think, is the cause of that New Madrid system. And so, yeah, it's just a weak zone, and if you're bouncing the ground back, you can just reactivate faults just from the ground bouncing back and like moving. And I know that's, I think, what they say might cause some ground movement in Wisconsin. So that's the third. Okay, so after I'm thinking about it now, that's not, I think, we have the ice quakes in Wisconsin. And I can't remember what that's from. The ice moves. I don't know. At first I thought that third one with the rebound from the glaciation was the reason that Wisconsin has them. But now that I'm thinking, no, wait, ice quakes are completely different. And I just can't. I can't remember what happens in an ice quake, but I know that when I was in Madison and like people were talking about feeling an ice quake, and that I guess it has something to do with the lake and all that. So that's completely different. But I guess people can feel something that feels like an earthquake because of the ice. And so sorry, Dom. I thought that was gonna my third point was gonna connect more to Wisconsin, but now that I thought about it, I don't know what gets reactivated in Wisconsin from the bounce back. But I feel like there is something that has been reactivated from the bounce back after the glaciers, but I can't remember. But I do know we get ice quakes up there. But also I can't remember how that is made. But I can tell you that probably the bounce back from the last glaciation could be messing with the ground here too. So even if it's not messing, like even if a glacier didn't quite have wasn't quite thick or extended to a certain point, I'm not really sure how far it extended over here, because I can't really tell what's a moraine on the map and what's like a fault or so. But when it comes to reactivation from like the bounce back from glaciation, that might not necessarily be where the glacier was, but also the ground that was kind of adjacent to it. And but I think in this case, definitely all that water that was introduced to the system recently was probably a big factor in this. But with that said, let's see. Don't be a fib. I'll never be a fib. But I will be a Wisconsinite in Illinois. You're not being political, but did y'all see the government came out and said Iran will attack us within the next week? Oh. Yeah. So I don't want to get political, but I'm not like scolding you down, just so you know. I just don't know what to say. I'm sure they're always planning to attack us. I will come on and do a live if Iran attacks us within the next week, though. I want to do more stuff. I want to be Lookner. I want to be Steve Lookner, but in female form. CNN tweeted it 4 hours ago. Okay. Yeah. I will look into that. I mean, I feel like it has something to do with... Wait, which one of the things... There's so much going on right now. Like, Russia says we did the thing. Like, that we, like, are a part of the reason the mall thing happened, and that's just silly. Everybody's blaming us for things. Now I can't remember which thing specifically, because Israel... There was the aid workers. I'm really confused which exactly thing. Oh, it was the guy was killed next to the one embassy. The leader of. They did. There was assassination of a specific person, wasn't there? And they blamed it on us too. That's it. Okay, so you've never heard of an ice quake die? Come on, it's happened in Madison, and I know, like, you may not have felt it, but I can't believe you escaped having to hear about other people feeling it. I'm so jealous. Like, I don't think I felt them. I don't think probably a lot of people that said they did feel it, but I don't think you really missed anything. I'm glad they're not big, because like Copper Horse has said, like, this is, like, ground moving is scary. I've never felt it, but I'm sure it's gotta be so scary. You've never heard of an ice quake either? I'm starting to think that maybe I only heard about this because of the geology building. But no, I know I heard it on the radio. People were talking about it. We'll have to look that up in a minute then, if you guys want to look it up. I live here. I'm a fib. No, Die, Copper Horse, you delete that comment. Yes, and they moved their tanks to the Syria-Israel border as well. Oh, okay. Super. I mean, there's a lot of fighting around the world. Like, Zach and I were just talking, like, it's crazy, like, the Ukraine stuff is still going on, too. Like, yeah. So, what else was I going to say about this one? Oh, we should not blame the Ramapo fault necessarily for this. And I'll tell you why. In an intraplate system like this, it's really hard. I haven't been able to find specifics about why, but it's really hard to find the exact, like, fault that created the earthquake. And every fault system, like, if they say the Ramapo fault, I mean, you see here that there's, like, the Hopewell fault, and, like, there's other faults, and there's even more faults. Every system's got lots and lots of different types of faulting and different fault systems, and you can't really say for sure that the Ramapo fault is the one that triggered this. Ramapo is usually kind of at fault in the public's eye a lot because, like, people are worried about there's a nuclear power plant that's built on the fault line, and that became a big deal a couple decades ago. And so that was just, like, one everybody knows, and so everybody just kind of goes back to, like, this is a well-known fault, and this is a fault that people talked about before, so people know it. But, like, it's really hard to pinpoint down in, like, an intraplate system like this exactly where it came from. And I'm not sure if that's because of the seismometer, like, locations, like, density and stuff, or just because there's also a lot of blind faults in this kind of system because they're not active, and there's a lot of other layers of ground above them. You don't see the fault trace on the surface, so you can't see that there's a fault there. And if it never, in the lifetime of these researchers, if it never moves, you'll never know it's there. And that was a big part of the Haiti earthquake was the main damage of that earthquake actually came from a blind thrust. There was a thrust fault that had no signature on the ground surface. And so a large portion of the ground that broke there was actually a fault that they didn't know was there. And so you don't know that these inactive faults, if they're buried, if, like, the trace on the ground is buried, like, the last time it slipped, it, like, left obvious movement of one type of the ground, like, moving, and, like, in some places you'll have you'll just see the, like, older ground or younger ground up against, like, you know, older ground could be against newer ground, or newer ground could be against older ground in some areas. But if it's inactive and you just have a bunch of sediment coming down on it and it gets buried, then you'll never know it's there unless it gets reactivated. And so in this area, there's lots of blind faults. And so you can say, looks like it came from the Ramapo, but it's not clear. And I'm not really sure the specifics on why they can't take it back that far, or take the seismic data to the point. But I do know that in some cases it's just because they don't know these fault systems are there, and they can't model, like, the ground well if they don't know what's under the ground like that. And so may or may not be the Ramapo, but it will probably be blamed for it. What is Was there anything else? Oh, yeah. So when it comes to the ground movement, there's different types of there's different types of seismic waves, and I'm almost positive I won't be able to refine some of these images, but I'm gonna give it a try. Different seismic waves. Oh, hey. Now I just need an image of exactly what those words were. Excellent. That wasn't actually that hard. So, the first, are there faults on the ocean floor? Yeah. Down the middle of the Atlantic, for like wherever the ground is splitting like that, because we have the big mid-Atlantic rift. When you have a big fault like that, you also have little faulting. Like the mid-Atlantic rift itself gets a lot of attention, but you have lots of other faulting just from like the ground moving. It's gonna break, and then just you'll see a lot of faulting that comes with that. It's called an extension fault, where the ground is splitting apart, and you'll get a lot of different types of faults, like extension faults. But then you have different things like horse and robins or something, and that has also like a normal faulting in it. And I'd go into more of that. It's just like, yeah, we have there's a lot of faults on the ocean floor. In some places though, where the ocean is old and cold, like Japan's got, the ocean is subducting underneath where Japan is, and that's all really old and cold ground. And if it's got faults, those faults haven't been active for a long time. What about the fault in the Pacific Northwest off of Seattle? Like the Juan de Fuca plate and stuff? Yeah, that's subducting. That's building up, and I think the Seattle is well over the recurrence interval too. Isn't the Seattle fault, like, I know the fault I worked on in Japan off of the southwest coast of Tokyo. There were the 44 and 46 earthquakes that were really big, but my specific chunk of there was a specific chunk of the Nankai Trough that didn't slip during those, and it's like 2 or 3 times overdue for like a Tohoku-sized earthquake. Like, and I think that the recurrence interval for the plate off of Seattle, it should have already busted once or twice, I think, and it hasn't. And so the more, like, it's good to have little earthquakes. It's like when there is a tsunami or there are buildings that come down and people are killed, like Taiwan and stuff, like, it's sad and you wish it wouldn't happen. But when you have smaller earthquakes, like they had, like, did they say it was a 7.8? I can't remember. 7.4 or 7.8. I think it was an 8. Like, it's better to have a lot of smaller earthquakes than to have just one big one, because you want to release that pressure in your system, than have it all go at once. So it'd be nice if, like, that fault was slipped at a lower magnitude before, to release that the pressure on the system, but with the Taiwan one. But the scary thing about the Japan one is it's not even slipping just a little bit. So, but and that's also the scary thing about, like, you don't have a lot of little earthquakes up by Seattle either. It's just all building on itself. Yeah, Africa is splitting up. If you want it, that's really neat. And then we can get back to the seismic waves in a second. because that is also neat. Oh, I can strike it rich with Powerball? Oh, Google, you know exactly what I need to hear. Yeah, so that's the East African Rift. So it's trying to make itself a like an ocean. That's why we have a failed rift in the middle of America, and I think that's why the Mississippi River is there too. But that's why the New Madrid Fault Zone exists and stuff. And this is like what I was saying, like when there's a failed rift, it's called an allocogen, and this is like one of my favorite words to say. But so the East African Rift is it's a divergent boundary where everything's splitting apart. And I find a lot of these diagrams to be lacking. I assume this is it. I don't know where it is in this image. I used to know where it was until I saw that image. The main rift faults plate boundaries. So the East Africa Rift is here. It's very interesting if you look up pictures of it too, or a video of because it's actively got magma coming out of it in some places, and so it's not quite like Iceland is it's a actually established divergent boundary, and that's why it's got magma coming up. That's why it has volcanoes and stuff. The East Africa Rift is new. It's forming. It's an area of weak spot in like the lithosphere and like the mantle, and it's just like you got the magma that's able to come up and it's starting to push things apart. And yeah, and usually you have that in like you have like three. It's like a 3 spot. It's like a triple junction thing. And then one of those legs of it fails, and you get the separation of the plate. But right now, I think it's the East Africa Rift is still a 3-legged system. Like I like this. The main rift faults are these lines, but then you have lines that are arrows. The plate boundary is here. You have this. I've never seen such confusing, like, diagrams that actually made me forget science. So, is that the same thing as the East Africa Rift? Oh my gosh. We can always talk about that some other day once I know. Okay, so I mean, in this area of Africa, it is splitting apart. Oh, hi, Mitzi Scott. The Arabian plate is moving away from Africa at a rate of about 1 inch per year, while the 2 African plates are separating even slower, between half an inch to 0.2 inches per year. Yeah, so it looks like it's still like kind of like a triple junction kind of thing, but usually you think of usually I hear triple junction with things like Mount Fuji is a triple junction. There's like 3 plates that are all coming together at that one spot. Like with earthquakes off of Japan, like it's a completely different, the Tohoku earthquake and the ones I study are on completely different systems, like plate boundaries, because it's like Mount Fuji's a triple junction. So usually, I can't think of another word for it though, like a triple junction, but it's spreading apart. Like with the East Africa Rift, it's really interesting because like I think the neat thing is it's still got the 3 arms, and yeah, and that's we almost had something like that in the United States by the New Madrid stuff, by Oklahoma and all that, but we did not end up doing the splitting of the continent ended up stopping, and we actually didn't but in Africa it looks like it's still going, and so that's the kind of system that's what the United States kind of looked like when it was still like connected to Europe and stuff like that, and then we started splitting apart, and now we have the big ocean between us. So someday there's gonna like be a big ocean between the two sides of those faults. The GPS measurements show that across the East African Rift, the Nubian and Somali plates are diverging at an average rate of 7 millimeters per year, slowly pulling the continent apart. Yeah, isn't that so interesting? Yeah, and it's great that you actually were able to find the plate names. Today the rift remains above sea level, but as it widens, the land within the valley will sink. Yep. And so it's warmer at like the rift, but then as like that new ocean is formed and gets pushed away, it cools and sinks. And so like right at that rift, like right down the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, you got the diverging plate still, and that's warm. And then as that pushes and keeps making new stuff, that older stuff keeps moving further away, and it gets cooled and sinks because it's just heavier, so it's going to sink. And so this is just the very beginning, where it's still the ground, and it's not the system isn't in the water yet. It's just really it's really neat to be seeing this kind of thing. Like, this is what happened when like we made the Appalachian Mountains, and then we separated after that. Like the North America and Europe, it looks like it should like fit together, like the one side of the Atlantic and the other, and they used to fit together, and then they came apart. And so that's Africa's doing that right now, the beginning of that. It was definitely shaking, but I had no damage, fortunately. Your poor Pitty was so scared. Oh no, I'm sure all the dogs and cats I don't know, cats just would probably get annoyed. They wouldn't get scared, right? I'm sure there were a lot of scared animals. She's a senior now, and she doesn't like any disturbances, I'm sure. But, and I'm sure, I don't know about the aftershocks, if they're affecting your dog too, but I hope your dog is okay. Especially on an older dog. You have many relatives in New York, and it was stronger there. I'm not really sure. Did you say... I'm not really sure where exactly you are. Did I miss that? I didn't see you come in. I just saw everybody saying hi to you. Oh. You're sneaking in late, but you want to say hi. Hello. An exciting day in New Jersey. Yeah, that reminds me. I will tell you about building shaking too. I should talk about the seismic waves too. I shouldn't forget about that. You're down in South Jersey near LBI and Atlantic City. Cool. I mean, I really want to go. I do want to go over to like New Jersey and New York and stuff someday, just to understand like where everything is, and like just to get a feel of what it's like there, because like I've never been anywhere like New York and New Jersey before. Especially Atlantic City. That sounds fun. So here's a good one. Yes? Can I click on? Can I actually watch that video? Oh, I don't know. Am I gonna get a copyright strike? Here, I'll just do this in front of it. So the P waves are the first waves that you're gonna feel in an earthquake. And so that's really why people think that animals can sense earthquakes, is because a P wave is like it's a compression wave. Like our voices, that's a P wave, And it just pushes everything. It just pushes the different rock particles in one direction. And we can't feel that, like, as people, unless we're laying on the ground, maybe. But since animals are always kind of like laying on the ground or sitting on the ground or whatever, the P wave isn't as strong, and so they might be able to feel that first, because the P wave is the first arrival wave of an earthquake. And but that doesn't, but it's not, that one's not the one that causes the damage. And then you have I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to, if I'm supposed to do this or not. But then you have the S waves, and those are the waves that they both go like, they both spread out from the earthquake, but they also go up and down. Like, the particle motion of the ground is like circular. And so that is when you start to feel the waves more. You can feel the rippling of the ground that way. And so the waves that really create the destruction are the surface waves. And I wonder if there's a better way to, there are different waves that can travel, like I always get messed up if the P waves and the S waves, they are not the ground roll waves. The love waves and the Raleigh waves are. I can never remember, like, anyway. So you do have waves that travel through the entire Earth, but then you have the specific waves that only travel on the surface. And it's and those waves not only go up and down, but they go side to side, and they go back and forth. And so the waves that propagate the easiest in an earthquake and are like the most prominent are the ones that shake the ground, like, back and forth, side to side. And that's why it can be so destructive, especially when you have shallower earthquakes. It's less, if you had deeper earthquakes, some of these waves might not even make it to the surface in a deep earthquake. But when you have a shallow earthquake, like would be part of this system, you're gonna get those the waves that can shake the ground. In that way, you're good. They're not gonna attenuate. They're not gonna lose energy as by the time they get to the ground and start shaking buildings, if it's a shallower earthquake like this. And so you have different components of the earthquake, like different waves, and it just so happens that when, like, you have, I assume this one was a shallower earthquake, you can get the shaking of the ground in a larger area, especially because you do have that cool, the cool old hard ground here that will anyways ring it like a bell. And then just the type of wave that is causing the shaking of the ground is just happens to be in an earthquake the most destructive. And I don't know if that made sense. I got confused by a diagram and forgot everything I learned in Geology 101 for a second. Let me just look something up to make sure I said that right. Okay, yeah. Because the amplitude of surface waves diminish less rapidly with distance than the amplitude of P or S waves. So they're often the most important component of ground shaking, far from the earthquake source. Then can be the most, so they can be the most destructive. Okay. Okay. So, yes. So surface waves. So I said it right. It took a long time to get there. Yeah. So the surface waves, like the P wave and the S wave, will diminish. Those first arrivals that signal that the earthquake is occurring. The P wave, maybe you didn't feel it, maybe your animal did, and that's why people say that animals can predict earthquakes. Then you have the S waves, which is you can feel S waves, is what I've heard if you're like lying on the ground and stuff. But the surface waves, like the Raleigh waves and the Love waves, that's really the component of the earthquake that starts to do a lot of shaking. So if you get some vibration at first, then the earthquake could in a like a second get even like more shaky, because there's just different components of the shaking of the ground. And it just so happens that because the stuff that can really impact buildings and all of that just attenuates, or it loses energy less quickly than the other types of waves. And if it's near the surface, it has more of a chance to even make it to the surface. So in this case, you might have gotten a lot of shaking. It might have been over a long period of time because of the type of ground and just the fact that, I only assume it's a shallow earthquake because it's on a reactivated fault. And so you're just going to get some pretty heavy ground shaking and some pretty easy to shake ground. And so that's just why lots of people felt it. I don't know, did that make sense? It's kind of hard to explain. Like I'm seeing all these old images in my head of different like seismographs and stuff like that, or there's stories of people laying on the ground during like the Santa Cruz earthquake. The grad students at the geology department went outside to lay on the ground to feel the different waves, and it's interesting that the different components of the earthquake will cause damage or not. And then also there's like resonant frequency, and I don't know what the frequency of this earthquake was, but you can have buildings shake more than other buildings, and not just because of how they're built, like of what materials and all that, or like their age, but also because like it just so happens at a certain frequency, a building will just resonate more. It'll just shake more if like the frequency of the earthquake matches up with it. And so that's what happened. Like the Taipei 101 story where the people are doing jazzercise on near the top floor, and they were just doing it to a song that happened to be the resonant frequency of the building. And so the jazzercise group did get the building swaying a little bit, so they evacuated the building. That's like a true story apparently. And so, like, normally a jazzercise wouldn't get a building evacuated for, like, the shaking of the building, at least. But, like, there's also other examples, like, in Mexico City, the medium-sized buildings were the ones that collapsed. And that wasn't because of how they were made necessarily. It was because it just so happened that medium-sized buildings in Mexico City, their resonant frequency was this matched with the earthquake. So when the shaking happened, they just shook more, and they fell down. And so I just think that's interesting. I don't know anything about the frequency for this, or what kind of structures were impacted for this earthquake yet. But some buildings could shake easier than others in certain earthquakes. And so, but yeah, I don't know about that. This is like the issue with some of the buildings having damage, or did you say some collapse too? That could just be from building materials, and there's different things that they fortify buildings with, even though we're not, like, the New York, New Jersey area doesn't have a lot of earthquakes, so there's not a lot of, like, different, like, unique ways to keep the structural integrity of your building during an earthquake like they do in other places. There are things that, like, you do get hurricanes and other things like that. And so there are different just engineering things that they have done to shore up all the buildings that have been made more recently, like the high rises and all that in New York. There's just things that can withstand high winds and things like that. And so they have like the cement, the concrete and steel kind of supports to take both the extension and compression of the movement of the building, and that would aid in having those buildings ride out earthquake, especially of this size. And so the newer buildings should be able to withstand shaking of this magnitude for sure. But the older buildings, before they realize that kind of thing, I'm not sure how much damage there was, but they were saying like there's a lot of newer structures near the epicenter of the earthquake, but there's also a lot of older ones too. They were saying, I mean, so they weren't really sure. Last I knew that they were going to have to wait till people got home to really assess some of the damage. It started at 10:23 a.m. and lasted for about 15 seconds. My walls were swaying. That is so scary. Tom's River, they won the LLWS once. That's the only thing you know about that area. I was working in the casino and on the 32nd floor years ago, and it actually swayed. That was eerie. Oh my gosh. No. That, it would not, I don't know if eerie it would be how I would explain that. It would be like, I literally have nightmares about being on top floors of buildings and dealing with the buildings swaying. I don't know where this came from, but one of my nightmares is like watching like being like near the window of a building that's like I'm really high up and the building's swaying. So, nope. I'm glad that everything was okay because like seriously a nightmare for me, like a literal nightmare. I can't imagine being in the casino high. I'm in one-story ranch and the walls were rocky and the ground was shaking all over the place. Then a loud boom at the end. Oh, there was a loud boom? Okay, that's really interesting. And I can't remember what it's called, and I thought it was very interesting. It's very hard to look up. But there is a very uncommon type of seismic wave that, like, because of, like, in shallower earthquakes of, like a significant magnitude, you can get one type of wave of the earthquake that usually arrives after a different type of wave. It actually, like, arrives, like, during and before this one type of a wave, and I can't remember. I've been trying to look this up again, but it's very hard to look up. But it actually makes a boom then, like a sonic boom kind of thing, and it just, like, levels. Like, I'm glad this didn't happen to you, but it's supposed to, like, just, like, the buildings that encounter this type of shaking, it's just supposed to, like, they just shake so violently and quickly that I guess, like, the damage is just would just be awful. And I've heard about this, and I've been trying to look it back up again, and I just can't find anything about it. But I thought that was very interesting because they think that, like, in certain places that where there was just, like, really bad damage, like, did this happen here? But now, I mean, it was, last I knew, like, it was like it might have just been a theory wave, like, but I just thought that was very interesting that, like, a wave could arrive because of, like, the depth and the severity of the magnitude of the earthquake, like, that it could be like a sonic boom in a way. And so that just made me remember that. I tried to look that up several times since I've heard about it, and I can't. So if anybody If anybody knows what I'm talking about, or like wants to try to look this up for me, I really want to know what like the type of ground shaking that is compared to a sonic boom is in an earthquake. But it might just be theoretical. I'm not sure. It was around 2008. Okay. When that happened at the casino. What did you do in the casino? The newer casinos are actually built to sway for that reason. It's still quite scary. Yeah, I think like the newer types of ways just to have buildings ride out natural disasters is really neat. There's like the pendulum, and I think in some buildings in like the South Pacific or Japan, there and even like New Zealand, I think there's like these big pendulums, and they even like decorate them fancy and stuff. But when like a building starts swaying, like because there's a pendulum in there, like the pendulum's going one way, the building's going the other, and so it kind of keeps it upright. And so the pendulums are really neat. And I know there's video of pendulums swaying in earthquakes. If you guys wanted to see something that's like kind of terrifying to me, let me look this up really quick. A building. Everything is taking so long to load right now. It's still loading. But it also might be because I spelled like all 3 words wrong. Oh my gosh. It's still working. I'm looking this up. Yes, that's how I meant to. Okay. No. Japan earthquake buildings? Pendulum. Oh my god, swaying. Actually, that might get us there, but it also might give me some nightmares. Really? Okay. Sometime I can always come on and we can look at the different mitigation things that they do, because that's really interesting in earthquakes in general, but I'm not going to be able to find the pendulum swaying stuff right now. That makes sense. Geophysiology is so interesting. Yes. You worked as an RN in AC for 20 years, community outreach, crisis intervention, state screener, and state PAC team. I retired last May after 45 years of nursing. Thank you so much for doing so much for your community. It's amazing that you did so much for everybody, and you still probably are doing lots of things for everybody. You were a food and beverage manager in the water club. That's gotta be so fun, but I'm sure it's like also stressful, especially when the building's moving. Borgata, yeah, you could have seen my parents. They loved the Borgata. That's cool. I mean, I was wondering, did I ever pass Dom once, like, because we're from like kind of the same area, and did I ever go, hey, that guy's weird? I'm going to give you a hard time, Dom, because you give me a hard time for being a Wisconsin person from Illinois now. Wow, we're so close. Congrats on retirement. Nurses are rock stars. I agree with all of that. Hi, Ruckus Rocks. Google says earthquakes can cause sonic booms due to high frequency vibrations from shallow earthquakes. Yep. Oh, so so I wonder if this is not like I wonder if this is the type of seismic wave that I was, because I wonder if that is then the type of sonic wave that I was trying to look up before. I don't know how you did it in like 2 seconds, and I've literally tried to look up sonic booms with the shallow earthquakes for a while. I just don't think I was probably putting the right things into Google. I don't use Google a lot anymore. They can be too small to be recorded, but large enough for people nearby to feel. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if it's just because of the location of the seismometers then. Like, the people nearby can feel it. But, yeah. Especially if they're shallow. The energy might just dissipate before they can get to a place to record it. That's really interesting. I'm going to have to look this up. With the high frequency vibrations from shallow earthquakes cause sonic booms. Okay. I will look that up because that is interesting to me. They use seismic records to identify a sonic boom, which may include nothing on seismic records, short high frequency signal that doesn't look like an earthquake, the event on multiple stations with a time difference between the stations that match the speed of sound and air. That is the thing I was trying to look up. Yes. Okay. Yes. I am now. I mean, I tried to look this up like starting a decade ago to like a couple years ago. So, it kind of sounds like now there's stuff online about this thing. Yes, this is very interesting to me, and I thank you so much for finding that. I gave up looking. I'm not gonna lie, because I was just putting like anything in that I could think of, and then I was coming out with some really weird stuff. And yeah, this is excellent. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to know also that I didn't make this up. Like, this wasn't part of a dream I had where, like, because I just find sonic booms to be interesting, and I find earthquake waves to be interesting, and, like, in a dream I put them together, and now I think it's real. Like, I'm glad that didn't happen. One of your adult sons who's north of you felt it much more. They had pictures falling off and much more shaking. Yeah, I mean, I've seen security footage of, like, stuff falling off of walls and all that. And, yeah, the ground shaking, especially from a shallow earthquake, and then this type of cold, hard ground is just it's gonna shake, a little bit more than normal and, for a longer distance than normal. And yeah, and so it'll be. I should actually look at a shake map of this, but I don't know how good a shake map right now is gonna be. Probably okay. Actually, let's see what the USGS has on this. Sonic booms are impulsive noises that are similar to thunder or caused by an object moving faster than sound. Yep. Like with a jet and like you get the sonic boom from the jets because they have the pressure of the atmosphere going against the nose, and at some point it punches through, and that's where you get the sonic boom. So it's faster than the speed of sound kind of thing. A plane flying through the air forces air aside, creating a shockwave due to build up air molecules. When the pressure of these molecules releases, the boom is heard. Yep. You really enjoyed it, but it's extremely exhausting and also stressful. I met lots of celebrities, which was cool. Yeah, it's got, like, even though with certain jobs, it's like, that's gotta be so, like, fun, and then you're just like, no, you don't know the behind the scenes of my job. It's not. There's a lot of stress. So, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh yeah, let's see what the USGS has on this. Why did I try to Google something in front of people? I don't know. Because usually when people Google stuff or Bing stuff, they find. I can't find. I don't know why they refuse to give me the USGS now. I'm using Bing though. There we go. Oh, look at that. What's that? We got ourselves a... Oh, that's like medium to deep. Earthquake down there. 5. Alright, sorry, I got distracted. Alright, oh, it's a 3 point? Is that a 3 point? Is that a foreshock? Oh no, I just lost everything. I'm sorry. I just lost New Jersey. Oh, here. No, get back here. Yeah, see, this is all I needed. All I needed when I was talking to you guys earlier was I knew that was New York. And I knew New Jersey was around there. I don't know why I know a lot about Vermont because we have family from up there. Like old family that we're trying to like do genealogy for. And I know that part of Vermont used to be part of New York. And so I knew that. And I knew that was New York because it's in the ocean. And that's New Jersey. Look at me. I'm learning geography in real time. See, this is all I need. I just needed the boundaries of the states. No, okay, so here's a 4.8. Yeah, so 4.7 kilometer depth, that is really shallow. So I'm not surprised that that was felt easily by the people who lived at the epicenter of it and also further out. And then I guess it all depends. Some people in buildings in like New York, they said they didn't feel it, and some people in buildings like have video of like things swaying and all that. And so I have a feeling that could have something to do with resonant frequency or the construction of the building. And they're still having aftershocks in Taiwan too. Is this newest first, you say? Oh, it didn't pop up the... Okay. 3.8, 4.8. So, there's a 3.8 aftershock. I know there's more than that. Am I getting... smaller ones too? Is there a way to... Okay, so this is it. Huh. That one's a little bit deeper. Okay. Wish there was a way I could put those faults over it. I know there's more aftershocks than that. But yeah, I really think that 4.8 is gonna be it. Other natural phenomena that can cause sonic booms include volcanic eruptions, meteor showers, and earthquakes. And it's just so interesting. I just like weird Earth, but not like weird gross Earth. I like weird like interesting Earth. High frequency vibrations from the shallow earthquake generate the booming sound. When earthquakes are deeper, those vibrations never reach the surface. Yeah. Yeah, that's called, when the energy dissipates like that, it's called attenuation. And so I had to say attenuation a lot in my grad school years, and so I might say it, and if I don't explain something well because of it, I mean, it's just, yeah, attenuation. The other night, I watched the storm chasing with my son, who is obsessed with the weather. He really liked your coverage. His favorite movie ever is Twister. He says you're dope. Yay! Thank you, your son, and you. I'm glad that it went well. Yay! I mean, it is a big compliment for me in general. I like, I just want positivity and happiness. I want everybody to have a good time, even when we're talking about like scary or bad things, like to do it respectfully, but like to always be there for each other. And then when we can laugh everything's good. But I also want people who don't know us yet to feel like they can come in and just join the conversation as long as they're nice. But I think that's just like a dream world YouTube, and we'll see how that goes. The best concert I saw during the Rick the Dick outdoor concert on the Marina Pier was Seal. He was so good. Joan and Jennifer Nels were good too, and Melissa Manchester. That sounds like... It just sounds like you guys have so much fun stuff going on over there. Maybe I should... Like, I definitely want to come and explore, like, New Jersey and stuff. And now, like, I'm kind of feeling like you guys just got a lot more going on than, like, I don't know, southeastern Wisconsin. Or northwestern... Or northeastern Illinois. I don't even know where I live in Illinois. I'm not gonna lie. Rock the Dock. Okay, I thought that was it, but then I wasn't sure. I thought maybe, like, yeah. Like Rick and Morty or something, I don't know. I'm gonna read everything like Anchorman. Like, verbatim, like, everything that's put on here. If you write something weird, I'm gonna say it. Like, who put a question mark at the end? Like, I'm gonna read that question mark. Let's see. Copper Horse, you're great. You all are great. Missy Scott, you're great. Your son is great. Dom is great. Where did Dom and Di go? They're great. And, Ruckus Rocks always says hi, and I'm not sure if he's still here lurking or not. And my husband is still lurking. Zach, are you still looking at insurance stuff? He is. I know it. I know he's still looking at insurance stuff. Okay. I kind of wanted to see. Did we finish talking about, I have so many things open. Which is the thing? Did we finish talking about everything so far that we wanted to talk about? Did I explain it all okay? I feel like I got a little lost in my thoughts when I got confused a few times. Because it's been like, since I really talked about earthquake stuff, and it wasn't just like for fun because I wanted to look things up. Grad school was like, I graduated in 2012 from grad school. So, and then I did near surface stuff after that. And so, I love, learning about, the different plate boundaries when things happen, but sometimes it's gonna be, like, a refresher course. I lost Twitter, or X. What are we calling it now? Here it is. I found it. Never mind. Yes. I have a lot of things open on my computer. Here we go. You explain what I do and how you volunteer services with True Crime Web. He's a true crime fan like Mom. Oh, thank you so much for spreading the information about what I do and about what Steve does, and I'm sure he knows about Chris and stuff. I'm gonna be talking about coming up some new stuff with Di and Christina, because we're all gonna join forces and do some things, and and where the plans for the summer are going, because I haven't heard back from some of the things I got excited about and I told you guys about. I was told email after, like, the holidays and stuff, because they wanted to do things like the John Wayne Gacy stuff and stuff, and they must be, I don't know what's going on with that, but I haven't heard back yet, so I have no update on, like, the John Wayne Gacy stuff, or just some other things I was really excited about. I'm really not sure now what's going on. Like, I run into a problem with, I have to keep so many things from you because of, like, they're, like, law enforcement or whoever, I needs me to not tell you guys things. And so I already feel like I'm not giving you guys a lot of information, and so if there's, like, well, I was pretty sure I was doing John Wayne Gacy stuff, but, like, if there's a chance I could be doing something, I really want to let you guys know that, like, I'm getting excited because there's a chance I could be doing this one project. But then I feel, like, really silly when I have to go, like, never mind, I'm not doing that project. But I want to tell you guys things, but because I don't get a chance to tell you guys a lot of things, but then I feel silly when I go, I don't know what's going on with anything right now. So, I don't know a lot of plans right now. But, yes, true crime, volunteering stuff. I just don't know what my plans are. You've been watching Ruckus Everywhere, He's a Riot. Yeah, I gotta watch more of him. I haven't. I'm still behind on a whole bunch of people I wanted to watch. Like, Southern Gal True Crime. She does so much, and it's so good, and I'm behind on her. And, oh, look at Zach's lurking. You love the storm chasing show? Yay! I definitely want to do more of that. I really want to get enough subscribers and enough hours to be able to go out and live stream from my phone. But I need like 500, I think, subscribers, and I can't remember how many viewing hours to be able to use my app to stream live from somewhere. Yes. So I think everything. Oh, but I will tell you guys, since you guys are here, before we get back to watching some of the video from New York, one of the things I do know, unless, I don't know, something happens, because why not? I like, you guys all know about the paranormal documentary I was in, right? I totally remember what it's called. Yeah. So that's not me, but that's me. Let's see more. Yeah, there we go. So that's Steve Gonzalez from Ghost Hunters, and that's me. And we're in the backyard of this cool house in Florence, Mississippi. And so I also am interested in paranormal stuff. I want to do ghost hunting stuff. I don't know what causes paranormal things to happen, but I want to be part of the people who at least start giving a scientific look at it. And so I want to do some more ghost hunting stuff. And I know Christina and I have a couple places we want to go. I have a park I want to take Zach to that's haunted. But also perhaps we could have a picnic there because I love my husband also. So I'm into like the paranormal stuff too. And so I have something really cool coming up, and I signed an NDA, and so I can't tell you guys anything about it. Which is, I hate saying that to you guys, like, I have this information, but I can't tell you. That's driving me nuts. But I can tell you without ruining anything that I am filming several days for a paranormal show. And that will be, and this paranormal show, I will be able to tell you guys about it next month, because the filming will be done by next month. And so that is one thing that the people in the paranormal world, they're the people that I know, I trust 100%. If they don't get something, they're not gonna make something up. They just won't have something. They just won't even, I mean, they'll have, like, there's usually something they can, like, talk about in a documentary, but, like, I mean, if nothing happens, nothing happens. They're not going to make something up, and I really trust all the people that I've worked with so far, and I trust the guys that I'm working with this time, and it's just really neat with the paranormal stuff, to look at it scientifically, and, like, I just trust all the people that I work with, and so this will be really fun for me, and I hope you guys find it very interesting when that comes out. But I can't say anything more about it except that I will be filming one multiple days for a paranormal show, and then I get to tell you guys about it at the beginning, in less than a month. But yeah, it's like The Husband Between Two was like my first one, and this will be my second paranormal thing, but that's also something I'm going to do too on here. You are so welcome. My whole family watches all my true channels with me when they're here. I think you're terrific, by the way. Thank you. You share the live stream to Twitter. Everyone needs to share the stream to get the word out. Thank you. Yeah, because I'd like to do things live. I'd like, when I'm traveling places with, like, Christina, to go, even if I can't share specifics about a case, like, to be able to, like, just tell you on the road we're going somewhere, like, and to show you, like, kind of where we are, even if I can't tell you, like, the destination. That'd be fun to do. Or, like, to share storms, or anything. Like, I think the scanner chasers are kind of fun sometimes to watch. There's, like, some LA and Bakersfield scanner chasers that are kind of interesting. It's like, well, if anything ever goes down near me, like, I can't, like, just go, like, and shoot a live about it. And, but that'd be kind of neat if something was going on, to, like, share it with you guys. Like, this is what's happening. Because, like, I just find breaking news to be interesting. And, yeah. So thank you for sharing. You love the paranormal too? Yeah, like, something's going on. Like, with Bigfoot. Like, people are seeing something. And, there's, like, not all the, like, impressions of the feed and all that. Not all of that is gonna be, hoaxes. So what's going on? What's causing some of this weird stuff? Or, like, yeah, this, somebody, they're seeing something. Or, like ghosts. Like, I mean, I can tell you the thing I saw, in the house in between two. They didn't tell me anything about the house. I didn't meet Alice, the owner, until I was on screen. That was like, they made sure I stayed away from, like, Alice and everybody. Like, the first time I'd meet them would be on camera, and I wasn't told anything about the house except that we were looking for something in the backyard, and that's why I took my ERI there to do it. And so I didn't know that people were seeing a guy in a white shirt in the yard. I didn't know that. And when I mentioned that, I mean, I saw a guy in a white shirt heading towards our tech tent. And because I am a talker, and I was talking with one of the producers, we didn't have the cameras on or anything. I was, like, kind of slowly picking up my things as my ERI was finishing up. And I just said, you know, there better be a guy behind that tent. Like, haha, we're in a haunted yard. And it just, like, the guy walked, and then the guy didn't come out from the other side of the tent. And so, like, haha, ghost guy, right? But only the thing was, she said there better not be another guy on the other side of that tent. And well, I saw a guy, and I can remember clearly what the guy looks like. I focused more on his shirt though, because his shirt was super white, and it wasn't quite a t-shirt. It was like a kind of like a 3/4 sleeve rolled up or something, kind of like, I don't know, blossier shirt than a white shirt. And very average though every other way. And yeah, I just remember, and he walked from the tree to the tent, and he walked in a way though that, like, he should have appeared on the other side of the tent and kept walking, but he didn't. And so the producer, like, was like, and I went up towards the tent then, because nobody's supposed to be by the tent. It's tech tent. And tech tent shouldn't have anybody. I just assumed it was somebody I hadn't met, because they didn't let me meet people and stuff. And so it was just, like, somebody that worked there that I didn't meet yet. But no, there wasn't a guy like that. And so we ran up to the tent, and yeah, there's nobody there. And we never stopped looking in that area, and like how the yard is, and there's a fence there. Like there's no way that somebody could have been there and gotten out of our sight. It was very bizarre, but there was nothing on. There's like security cameras outside that are always on around their house, around the house now. After the first documentary, they have just security cameras and stuff, and there was nothing on the camera, and so it's like, why is that? Like I think that, like, I mean, the neighbor saw this guy in the white shirt too in the yard, in like the same area, and I didn't know that. So I just think that's interesting. Like, if it wasn't on the camera, like, was it just not capable of being, the security camera was capable of picking them up? Or do ghosts somehow make certain people see things because, like, sight and all that is really created in, like, your brain from, like, signals that are coming in? Like, was it not actually there in itself, but it was something that, like, was put into my thoughts from a ghost? I don't know. That sounds weird. But, like, I mean, I'm just thinking about anything. And I just got totally off on paranormal stuff. But I'm just so excited about being on the show. And it's going to come up. And in less than a month, I'm going to be able to tell you guys about it. Unless something just, like, totally goes off the rails and I don't get to do it. Cover horse and all the emojis. Let's see. Why are we doing all these emojis? I love all things paranormal and scientific. Yay! Where are your people? Yay! Oh my gosh, I found my people. I'm obsessed with all the unexplained. Yay! Okay, then I'm fine with it just being us forever. I'll figure out a way to live stream to you guys some other way. We'll do FaceTime. If I get no more YouTube people, I'll be happy because you guys are all nice and fun. I would like to have more subscribers, but I'm having fun right now with you guys. But we totally get, if somebody came in here right now, they'd be like very confused why we're talking about this stuff instead of the earthquake. But I think the earthquake stuff, did I explain things well? I feel like with like terminology a couple times, I kind of lost myself in thought because it's just been a while since I thought of the terminology. But then I tried to save myself by just like explaining the process instead of the words. But I hope that I hope I explained everything okay. Like, so don't worry about these should just be aftershocks and they should all be smaller. Nobody's really thinking that this is like there's gonna be a bigger thing than what just happened, and it's not. It's like very uncommon but not unheard of to have earthquakes here. And so I think Copper Horse and Mitzi and everybody, I think the worst is behind in terms of the ground shaking, but I can't be sure. Thank you, Di. I hope it was very interesting. I got a little lost a couple times. I'm trying to get better at, like, that's one of the things, that's why I'm trying to come on more, is just to get better at talking. And, like, when I start to get, like, lost in, like, trying to remember the right term for you guys, I'm trying just to, like, not focus on trying to remember the right term, but just trying to get the details and the definition out instead. Because I can, like, yeah. With, like, the love waves and the rally waves being the things that shake the buildings the most, it's, like, and the P waves and the S waves, like, I know that the love waves and the rally waves ride on the surface, and that's why they shake, and the P waves and the S waves can go through the ground, but they can't go through liquids. And, but I got myself all messed up with, the body waves versus the surface waves word. And these are clearly surface because they ride on the surface, but I got myself more focused on trying to remember why they called a ground wave and a surface wave what they did and which one that meant. But I know in general that, which waves ride on the surface and shake the ground more, and they're more devastating, especially with shallower earthquakes. So I'm trying to get better at, like, because I know I've been caught up a couple times with, like, the specific definitions when I just need to, or the specific terms when I just need the definitions for you guys. So that's really why I'm trying to come on here more, is just to get better at talking. You're so intelligent and interesting, interesting conversation. I love it. Yay! Thank you, Copper Horse. Yeah. I can keep talking about other things. You guys have questions about this earthquake, other earthquakes. Where's Dom? Did Dom go away? Is Ruckus on right now? I haven't watched him a lot. Where did everybody go? You guys get back here. But I also was watching, Zach and I are going to do a reaction thing to, we were watching, there's this really cute and funny YouTube channel from Korea, and they do pranks, and it's really fun. It's a fun time. And Zach and I were thinking about doing a reaction video for you guys, or like a reaction live, and watching these pranks from this Korean YouTube channel, because it's really cute. I don't know why I started thinking about that. It was fun last night. We had a good time watching it. But if there's anything, trying to think of other fun things we could talk about, or any other questions you may have. But that's one thing that Zach and I are gonna have to do. So I don't want to ruin by showing you guys any of that right now. If your mind's open, you can experience many wonders of the universe and the connections to everything. Yeah, I think so too. And I think so not just in the way that, like, if your mind's open, like, whatever energy can you can experience is like, might be easier to access, but also, like, if, like, in general, if you're more open-minded, you're not going to look past things and explain things away that may be more more of the more paranormal-y kind of things. You could if you just stay open-minded instead of, like, closing off your mind and trying to explain everything. I've had some interesting things happen in my life, and I just want to know, like, how and why and all that. I think the easiest thing that we could figure out, or, like, the thing that would be figured out first before anything else would be light phenomena, because it's not swamp gas. Like, even if there is, like, the gases escaping from swamps, or, like, the permafrost melting and all that, even if gases do escape, and, like, sometimes there's, like, a cap, like a frozen lake or whatever, and you can punch through, and, like, you'll get, like, a stream of gas come out. Like, what is lighting all these I want to say, what's lighting all these natural farts on fire? Like, there's no natural spark that's turning all of this gas into swamp gas. So how is that even, like, not everything is swamp gas, and I want to know why. Like, clearly people are seeing things that are lights, and I want to know why, and it's not swamp gas in, like, the middle of somebody's living room. Like, I mean, in the middle of my living room right now, I don't know what's going on with that, but it's not from a swamp. I think if you, yeah, okay. Do you believe these earthquakes are linked in any way? Since there's so many lately? Yeah, so, well, the aftershocks and stuff definitely linked in the same area. I'm not, now that I'm thinking about that in general, I don't know, though, if they're all on the, like, would be from all the same trace. Like, if this is on, like, a fault that extends like this, and now we see, like, aftershocks down here, like, because usually you would think that it would be on the same fault trace, like the aftershocks, but it could also be impacting other things in that same zone. So that was an interesting thing I didn't think about. Like, if the aftershock is actually on that same like specific piece of the system or not, or if it's kind of just making other pieces move a little bit too. But if you're talking also about like Taiwan and stuff, and this earthquake, I think that like when I was in grad school, people weren't. I knew I when I had talked with people several times about this, it looks like some earthquakes, like they come in threes or something, like big earthquakes, and but like, why would Japan and like a Chile earthquake, how would that be connected? When I was in grad school, a lot of people didn't think that like one earthquake could trigger another because they are separate like systems completely, different plate tectonics and all that. But if you have a big enough earthquake that like the waves literally go around the earth, then you are moving the ground. You are changing the pressure of the ground in a waveform. And so why would, so you're shaking, like, if you're like shaking, you can shake the entire earth, like the Tohoku earthquake. Like the seismometers all around the world showed the surface motion. And so why would you, like, so why wouldn't like the shaking of the ground from a different earthquake not maybe in some way like impact an earthquake that might be ready to rupture soon anyway? Maybe it is like moving it in such a way that it does release the pressure on that other fault system. And if it does, that means it just releases it early, and so it would be a good thing because then like it didn't build up a little bit longer and release even more energy and be a bigger magnitude if it was triggered by a different one. So it would be a good thing if some earthquakes triggered other ones. But I don't know. And last I knew that we weren't sure. But I don't see why it wouldn't be possible to have like the Taiwan one cause some shaking in the ground around the. I'm not sure if the Taiwan one was large enough to cause enough ground movement all the way in like New York, New Jersey. I'm not sure, but I don't like, especially with. I was mentioning things like the faults can be reactivated with the introduction of water into the system, and it's been rainy a lot, and like, so especially if the conditions are right and you change the pressure from the movement of another earthquake, I don't see why it couldn't be possible, but I'm not sure that it did in this case. Why is the earthquake map updating every few minutes? Because it's the USGS, and are earthquakes actually showing up here? They have the newest first. So, when did this one just happen? Oh, UTC time? Oh, wait. Is this my time? 21? What time is it? It's the USGS, they're just updating. Okay, so I just realized that this says 2.5 plus for the magnitude. So we're not seeing a whole lot of. That moved me there because I clicked on it. I was like, wait, why is this red? What just happened in New Jersey? I really scared myself for a second. There we go. Now we're back. But yeah, so last I knew we weren't sure if other earthquakes triggered some or not, but I don't see why it wouldn't happen, especially because I think that all the wet weather we've had could have gotten into the fault system to help it slip. But also, I saw you mentioned Iceland. So good point with Iceland, because the Iceland is part of because Iceland, the Atlantic Rift, the Mid-Atlantic Rift is the reason, like, after Pangea slammed things together, created the Appalachians, and then everything split apart. The Iceland is part of that boundary that's like pulled apart, and the area of New Jersey, New York, that's affected by both faulting from the creation of like the Appalachians and the like formation of Pangea, but then like the tearing apart of the continent also created more faulting and different types of like magma coming up into the ground a little bit and stuff like that. And so that creation probably created a lot of, or that movement probably created a lot of these faults. It's in the same fault system as the stuff in Iceland. And so the Iceland stuff itself is I would think is too far away, and it's like on the other side of the boundary, and it's and that's more of like when it comes to seismicity in Iceland, that's more of like the magma moving in the chambers and stuff like that. And that's why like you get earthquakes right before volcanoes erupt because the magma's moving. The lava's moving. I can't remember when you call it magma and when you call it lava. Lava's when it comes out. Magma's when it's in. I'm not sure. But like when like the calderas are like filling with magma, like you get earthquakes and stuff start moving like that. And so I don't think that specifically the seismicity in Iceland would trigger something like this, but like it is part of the whole system, and the pressure that is still kind of being put on the different plates as like this active divergent boundary is still going. There's still some pressure changes even all the way out here from what's going on by where Iceland is, and so that could be the pressure changes from where Iceland is at the divergent boundary could also cause reactivation of faults. I really think there's something to like maybe just because I worked on a fault that was active with fluid flow in it, but because there's been so much rain here, I may be biased, but I really feel like that the amount of rain could have reactivated something just and made it easier to slip. Did that answer your question? Let's see. Where did I? Okay, there are all the emoticons, all the emojis. That's good. Okay. And thank you for calling it Interesting Die, and I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Copper Horse, and I think if your mind's open, you can experience many wonders of the... Okay, so I'm a little bit behind. Okay, I am. There's Iceland, Taiwan. Okay. Why is the earthquake map updating every few minutes? I feel like there's a joke, and I don't know what it is. I just want a joke to make my life more complicated. You can binge watch stuff on these subjects for hours. Me as well. Who's your favorite YouTube paranormal show? I needed to do a Discord server. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I do know that I tried to do a Discord thing once, and I didn't really understand what, like my friend, and then like I thought I closed it, and my friend heard me talking to my dad, and he was like texting me and be like, nobody else was on, thank God, but he was like, you didn't actually disconnect from the Discord thing, and I was like, I really just wanted to I just ended up scrubbing it from my computer because nobody needs to listen to me talk when I think that I'm like, I just didn't understand how to even close Discord, so I just haven't looked at it. But I do know that Lookner has a Discord thing for notifications, so maybe. My favorite YouTube paranormal show, I have a lot of feelings about this. I do like that Midwest Ghost Hunter guy. He is cool. Christina got me onto him. I am going to finish watching. I have not. Oh, come on. Where am I? Okay. I will show you what I had on for dinner tonight. Because there is, oh, my scanner guides are on. I have a YouTube problem lately. Yes, this guy. Okay. So I was watching. This guy was just on. I haven't watched the new Ghost Adventures. I haven't. I don't know what you guys think of it. Okay, though, but like Steve from Ghost Hunters, awesome guy. Like, really, like, he is that nice. He's like even nicer in real life than he is in the show. It's like, he's great. But so the Hunting the Dead guy, his place was on Ghost Adventures. I haven't seen that episode yet, but I did see because I follow Hunting the Dead, because I follow Oh My Gosh and like Franco TV, and the Fam guy. I haven't watched a lot of them lately, but when I first started like binging like paranormal stuff on YouTube, they had some really good ones. Like Oh My Gosh has some very good paranormal videos. And so, but his friend that's also got some decent ones. He does a lot of random Nautica though, and I get bored with that easily, even though sometimes it's fun. For a while, it was like everyone was at random Nautica, and I've been having this issue with like YouTube channels go to like a lot of jails and like asylums and stuff. I just want to see haunted homes, like real people's haunted homes that people like help. People help families and stuff. And but like he's got a haunted mansion thing, and like Ghost Adventures went there, and so I was gonna finish up this episode where he like goes through his haunted house. Yes, Project Fear. Destination Fear became Project Fear. Yes, because Dakota was the camera guy for Ghost Adventures. You watch everything. I like Stephen Greer, PhD. I think that's the acknowledged. I like Missing 411 guy. Yeah, David Paulides is awesome. I watch a lot about MUFON and the guy who used to work at Area 51. Yeah, his name is escaping me right now. But yeah, Ben Hansen, speaking of people that used to work at Area 51, his dad apparently worked at, what's the Air Force Base, Wright-Patterson. And, so, like, his grandpa or his dad used to work there. And, apparently on like they like got the Roswell stuff and all that, and so like anything that Ben Hansen is in is good. But yeah, David Paulides, he's awesome. Did you guys know that Survivor Man, that Les Stroud, he did a thing looking for Bigfoot? He like went out into the woods or went out into like an area, and he tried to look for Bigfoot. Oh, Stogie on Wheels. It's Vargas. Vargas! Oh, I am so happy. Yeah, in Ohio where the aliens were taken to. So we, Vargas and I, we did we hosted the talent show together, and he's just all around awesome. But that was like that's gotta be like the best memory of high school, was hosting the talent show with him. But yeah, he's one of those guys that like if he didn't exist in high school, I wouldn't like I mean, I already don't really like looking back on high school, but like, I mean, looking back on high school would not be a thing I would like. It would just, there'd be not a lot of good. He just, it was just awesome that, like, he was fun and, like, I don't know, he's one of those guys that is, like, just cool when, when he thinks you're, you know, cool or okay to talk to at least. It's just like, you know, he's a good guy. I'm sorry. My co-host came into the chat and I got excited. I gotta check that out. I like the guy Lou who worked in the government doing UFO stuff with ones on the committee trying to get answers. Oh yeah. Wait, who worked in the? Is that Ben Hansen? Wait, the guy who the guy who worked in the government is. Wait, who else is doing that? Because I know Ben Hansen. I just got myself all mixed up. I'm sorry. Vargas came into the chat and I got distracted. Oh yeah, no problem. I mean, thanks for being nice to me in high school. Like people were like, some people were so mean in high school, but like Vargas, like it just all mean people can just shove it because Vargas talked to me and he was nice. But oh yeah. So other people though that I watch, I like, you know, like the Foreman brothers with Paranormal Nightmare, and they have worked a little bit with Paranormal Quest, and Paranormal Quest has been doing a series of like actual haunted houses, and so that's like cool. I'm gonna watch that. Oh yeah. Ryan had a show called Paranormal State. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, he went to people's homes to help rid them of hauntings. Yeah. I know Christina somehow. Christina like back in the day of early like YouTube and early like everything, like early emailing people and all that. Like she just wanted, like she like messaged him or emailed him just to tell him that he was like doing a good job or something, and they ended up like talking a little bit. And yeah, Ryan Buell, he was really good. And then there's some controversy with him though afterwards, which is unfortunate because he could have done a lot more, but he's trying to come back, so that's good. Bob Lazar. Yes, we were trying to think of a name because Bob Lazar worked at Area 51. Yeah, and he's the one that was talking about all the back engineering, right? Yeah, Paranormal State. Paranormal State was like one of the first big ones of that like type. Like I know there was like what was the one that like the Sally House was part of? It was like an older like in the 90s show that was about paranormal stuff, and I can't think of what it's called. But like when it comes to like people going to places as a group and like chip coffee and stuff like that going with them, like Paranormal State like was like one of the first. Controversy with a lot of people. Ryan Buell or Bob Lazar, both. Ryan Buell, no, for sure. But oh yeah, lately Paranormal Encounters, is that what they're called? They've been good. Like I make it sound like I'm like I don't ever want people to like want a scientist for a paranormal show and then be like, wow, she like watches all these paranormal shows, she's just gonna say everything's a ghost. And it's like that's not the case with me. I really want to find out what's going on, and I find it interesting, and I would love like I love a good ghost story, and I just find it very the subjects are just very interesting because what is really causing this like kind of stuff, like what, like obviously aliens exist, but like what, like how does that all work? How does like the if aliens exist, how do they get here? What's their fuel source? Because I totally think there's something to do with water, like the maybe salt water, and that's how they feel themselves because you see them like dumping water all the time or like going into the water, like people say. So I don't know. I just want I just don't want people to look at me as like she's not a serious scientist because she does find ghost stories to be interesting and fun, because I want to find out why, and I will take everything seriously. I always do. So that's what I had to say about that. Oh, there's like Slapped Ham and Nuke's Top 5 and what are the other ones? There's let's see. Oh, the Paranormal Files just did some stuff in Chicago that was good. Allegheny Paranormal, that's it. Allegheny Paranormal Investigations. They don't have a ton on their channel, but their stuff it's decent because like it's actual houses and they talk to the people, and like they clearly aren't like adding anything to the show. And yeah, let's see, Paranormal Nightmare and Paranormal Quest all together. Yeah, so I gotta finish Hunting the Dead. I haven't watched him forever though, because he did do a lot of Randonautica for a little bit. I feel like I'm like have a problem with YouTube all of a sudden. But I knew that. This is why I can't catch up on everybody, because I'm catching up on all of this. I gotta get rid of some of these. I have a list of so many different channels, and I gotta downsize. Small Town Monsters is a good one if you like Bigfoot stuff, and it's really well done. I have Mr. Beast, the Beast Philanthropy. If you want to feel good, watch Beast Philanthropy from Mr. Beast. Let's see. Yeah. I haven't, actually, now that I think about it, I haven't watched a lot of Paranormal Encounters. I got them mixed up with Allegheny. Paranormal Group. Depths of Despair, are they the ones that do other videos? Like ghost videos? I think so. Chill Clips. I have a lot to say about what I think about Mindseed TV, because they just so happen to get the most crazy ghost videos ever. And I don't know about that. They kind of lost me though when they said it, like when they basically said they didn't really want to do this and they didn't have fun doing it, and it just kind of makes it not fun to watch anymore. Slapped Ham has mysteries now, and he also has ghost videos. What else we got? Oh, Brian, if you want another guy who's, you know how Chris is precious? He's like a little angel baby. Brian's Mysteries and Adventures on Trail. I watched him before I watched Chris. Let's see. Oh, CJ Faison bought a haunted farm. He's got some good ones. He goes to a hotel. Like, I really like the hotel ones with friends. Like, just like, because it's kind of like a haunted house too. And so, yeah, CJ Faison is good because he doesn't do a lot of houses that are like actually like occupied by people who have stories, but he does do like hotel stuff, which I find interesting. I have Sir Spooks is the one I was trying to find for you guys. That's good. I think I'm all out. Oh, I do have to tell you guys, sadness. Oh, Kyoto Roboto, he does crime stories from Japan, and he's really good. Oh my god, Carolyn, how many subscriptions do you have? Okay, so Paranormally Listed is with Criminally Listed. I guess the only thing that like I was really getting into Signs and Signals, and he passed away. So that was really sad. But yeah, they did really good. Those who ask questions carry the light. Yay! Ask lots of questions. You went to the Sheboygan County Asylum? My exterminator did too. He like took his wife there, and I think it was maybe for a honeymoon. They had a really good time. Like that's for real. And I know that the Destination Fear people, like Dakota and them, they went there. Was it scary? Zach Bagans and Aaron Goodwin Ghost Adventures. Yeah. I always hear people, like, I know Christina used to talk to Erin Goodwin, like, because she would, like, just contact people, tell them they're doing a good job or whatever, or ask if they need help way back in the day. This is, like, back in the day. And I know, like, every once in a while, like, she'd keep up with somebody for a little bit. I mean, that's how she became, like, best friends with Lewis Black, is just, like, emailing him way back in the day. Because Christina's like throwing compliments around and seeing if anybody needs help with anything. She's awesome. And so I know she talked with Aaron Goodwin for a little bit. I hear a lot about Zach Bagans having an attitude. I don't know. Love Rando Nautica? Is that what you mean? I get so far behind in chat. Love Bigfoot stuff. Mr. Beast rocks. Yes, he does. A couple of times when I was like, what should I do for my channel? Because I can't talk about a lot of stuff. And then some stuff I just like, some of my ERI stuff, it's like, I gotta take a break from that before I talk about it again, because it was just like, an energy sucker for me. And like, I just can't get myself to look at a project again for a little bit, like, without like, seriously, like, crying inside and feeling really bad. And, so I couldn't, a couple times I couldn't decide what I wanted to do for this channel, because I just couldn't look at, like, another, a project again to talk to you guys about it, or, like, I just didn't know what was going on, and I went to Mr. Beast, and I looked at some of his older stuff, and he was, like, Mr. Beast, he may be younger than me, but he has given me inspiration. He is a role model, I guess, but it also helps he's a good guy, so. You want to investigate Joliet Prison? Wait, who's Josh? I'd go. There's Robinson Woods over kind of by O'Hare by John Wayne Gacy's house. I want to go there. I want to go to Bachelor's Grove. I hear Bachelor's Grove has really, like, they have tours now, and they really got cleaned up, but it's not quite the same. Yeah, Kindred Spirits, yes. My mom really likes Amy and Adam. Project Fear's new episode came out today. They're at the Sally house. Oh, I'll have to watch that. I do it. Okay, fun fact about the Sally house and the not Amityville, the Villisca axe murder house. They are the same address. And it's not even like a common address. They have the same address. Let me Google this for you. 508 2nd Street. Both the Sally house in the respective towns, the Sally house and the Villisca axe murder house, I do believe. They're both at 508 North 2nd Street. And I think that's weird. Oh yeah, Gettysburg. When Zach and I lived in Virginia, we went up to Gettysburg. I have my own thing about. Well, whenever I'm doing lives, I have in the background, back here, I have my cat balls just in case anybody ever wants to set them off. And I have back. I just confuse myself if you can see this mouse on the screen or not. So back here is the mouse balls, and then I yeah, and then wait, I can point there. That's my Gettysburg relics, because yeah, Zach and I went on a ghost tour thing of Gettysburg when we lived in Virginia, and then we also did the underground ghost tour thing with my friend Becca and Sam. Sam comes on every once in a while as Tank in here, and I didn't notice him the other day before he left. Sam and Becca visited Zach and I when we lived in Seattle, and we went on the underground tunnel ghost tour thing there too. But Gettysburg was awesome, and I really liked going there. Also, you know, not for just the ghost thing, but like I'm really into the Civil War, so I can talk more about the Eastern Theater than the Western though. Oh man, some of the ghost stuff, and people's like, not just like pictures, but also like some of the videos are just insane. Was I gonna look something up? I got distracted. You guys gotta keep me on task. Yeah, Gettysburg. I can remember things. Gettysburg. Oh, I still have to contact. Vicksburg has a historic home, and I still have to contact them about doing something there. This just reminded me I have to do that. Gettysburg, Ghost City. Oh, I was gonna show you guys the security footage of my Gettysburg thing I got back there, and an orb coming out of it. We got some orbs. Got some big orbs. They're my orbs. They're not dust, I swear. There are dust and bugs. There shouldn't be a lot of bugs. I don't see bugs until like my security camera like motion detects a bug that flies in front of it. So I think that might be a ghost bug, because we don't have things that fly around. So here's one of I can do a reaction channel thing and show this, right? Like there's this oops, I'm too big. Get me out of there. Nope, not that one. There I am. Where did I just go? Oh, is that loud? Can I do this? I won't get a strike, right? Can I do this and it won't give me a strike? Look at that. Did you see it? Did you see it? Right? That's the thing. Wait. Oh, what? Yeah, I remember there's a different one. I saw a different video. I'm not ready to point at something else for you guys, but there's that, right? Is that the ghost right there? History and science, yes. Not Valley Forge. We went a lot of places though. What is this? Oh yeah. Oh, is this? I don't know. Am I allowed to show all this? Oh yeah, I figured you meant Zach, but I just wasn't sure. Like I didn't want to assume that, and then you're like, no, the Josh guy was like really into this. How like I didn't want to offend somebody if they were actually Josh. Like I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I just don't want to. I really don't want to offend people or make people feel awkward in here, and I feel like that could be making things actually be more awkward. Yeah, top fives is good with mystery YouTube videos. Yeah. The Mandela effect ones lately have been like kind of mind blowing. This is a good one too. This was now. Do they have? I'm not seeing. There's one of the woods where there's like it looks like people are walking. This one, though, it does have people walking. It's not just lights, right? I know I've seen this one. Yeah, people are walking. But they're like see-through people. Like, I feel bad. Like, I hope that, like, you know, it would just be like a record, like a human recording instead of like an actual ghost spirit like stuck there at the battlefield. Like, it's just like a recording, like playing over and over again. Feel better. But yeah, there's like people walking. I saw my first ghost there in the graveyard. Bacon's a douche. Am I allowed to say that out loud? I heard that from a couple of different people, and someone's experience actually with him recording things. I have heard unreasonableness of him. That, yeah. You have pictures of ghosts. I want to see them. Oh yeah, I was going to show you guys that video. My favorite historical subject is the Civil War. Yeah, I'm like, it's like, there's also, you know, I have great, I can't remember how many greats it is, like, grandpas that, like, fought in it. Like, they had, like, bullets in them for the rest of their lives kind of thing. And other extended family that fought places like Gettysburg. That's why, like, I'm really into John F. Reynolds. That's like the Woods. Like, he wasn't from Wisconsin, but the men who he was running into the woods with were from Wisconsin, and one of them was a distant relative of mine. And so, like, it's just, I don't know. I'm proud that of all my family, like a lot of family from Wisconsin, that fought for the Union. Go Union. It was interesting though, living in Virginia, and just the different way in which they go about talking about the Civil War. Salem, Massachusetts is another place to go. Oh my gosh. Wait, Copper Horse, did I tell you about Salem and Me? They have haunted midnight cemetery tours, and the official witch of Salem is Lori Cabot. She's in her 90s now. Do you guys know about me and Salem? Do you know who my 9th great grandmother is? Oh, this is the video. Is this the one that shows the... Yeah. This is the one that shows, like, it looks like people are walking back here. Like, the lights are blinking and people are walking. I don't know if I'm supposed to have this on here, though. I don't really want to get a strike. But this is, like, one of my favorite ghost videos. But let me show you who my 9th great grandmother is. Oh, Ancestry.com. I have to log back in, and that's going to be a whole thing. But... yes, this is it. Marytown Eastie is my 9th great grandmother. And then, so, a lot of the people who were accused of being witches and stuff, a lot of them were all related. So, like, Rebecca Nurse and stuff like that was her, Marytown Eastie's sister and stuff. Like, so everybody. So my dad's side of the family doesn't do well with mobs. Let's just get it out of the way. My dad, if you go back and Ancestry.com, my dad's side of the family don't do well with mobs. Period. And this is one good example. And I have been invited to, they have something during Halloween for, like, you know, because they're victims of what happened. and there's a banquet or conference or something every year. There's a meeting every year in some way, and there's like a week of something, and we were told that we could come, Christina and I, at some point. So, this looks cool. Oh, which part? It wasn't the video that I took away, was it? I would love to go to Salem and Boston. I've never been to New England. Yeah, I've never been. We didn't get into like well, I guess my brother-in-law lives in New York, but not the city. So I have been to New York, but not like, yeah, not like the New Jersey on up kind of stuff. And I really want to do that. I really want to go see Cabot Cove. I know that Cabot Cove doesn't exist, but that's Maine, right? Cabot Cove, Maine. But I want to walk around Maine and ask people where Cabot Cove is. It is like the murder capital of. Am I allowed to say that on here? Wait, I don't get money like for this. Like, so they can't, like, if they do something, all they can do is nothing to me, I guess, right? I probably shouldn't do that though. I don't know. I don't know the rules of YouTube. I said the M word. Anyway. I want to go to Maine and see Cabot Cove and visit Jessica Fletcher. Your son is taking you to Salem for your birthday. I can't wait, beginning of October. That's awesome. Well, I hope you have fun. That's fun. That'll be fun. And you tell him that you know somebody with a bone to pick with some of those townspeople. Because, like, I mean, they were victims of what happened. So it's always, like, everybody's, like, respectful. Some people aren't, and that's kind of stinks. But, I mean, the town, Salem is really respectful about the situation. At least from what I've seen, and the brief talking to them that I've had. He got Destination Fear canceled along with Ghost Hunters and Ghost Brothers. Zach Bagans. I mean, I can kind of see how he might have influence of Destination Fear somehow. But I don't know about Ghost Hunters and Ghost Brothers. And Ghost Hunters aren't... And Ghost Brothers, aren't they still on? I know that Ghost Nation, I think, is still on. I don't know. But I can totally see how Destination Fear might be influenced by it. I don't know. I don't want to, like... I don't really know the whole situation with Zach Bagans. Maybe, like, I've had people talk really mean about me when I didn't do anything wrong. Which is also something that's happening right now in my life. But, so I just don't want to, like, I don't want to talk rude about him, but I can tell you what I've heard. And I have heard he has been silly and hard to work with. And unbearable to work with. And I could, in fact, from what I've heard, see him doing something to get Destination Fear canceled. But, I don't know. Oh, you'll send me the pictures? My email is hard to, it's Strife. S-T-R-E as in elephant, I as in ice, and F as in Frank, and F as in Frank. Geophysicist at gmail.com. Do you need me to spell that out? I've had to learn how to say my name with words instead of letters. But I do want those pics. Let's see. Oops. New Jersey is full of ghost lore too because Washington had fought here and had many encampments in the area. I have so much, like, I really do want to go to the East Coast. I mean, I have to go to Pomfret, Vermont to look up. We can't get William F. Dunham, born 1799, I think. Oh no, I've already forgotten. William F. Dunham from Pomfret, Vermont. I think his birthday was 1799. He's a great something grandfather of mine. And we, like, that's one part of our family tree that we're getting stuck on. And so they said they wouldn't go look in the basement for his, like, birth record and stuff. We had to come in. And we were like, this is very not an easy drive for us. And we could hire somebody to go do it because we don't know anybody in the area, but then, like, that's a lot of money. So I really do want to go to Pomfret, Vermont, but I also want to go to, like, every other place on the East Coast. Like, I just want to see everything, all the history, because I do have a lot of people who fought in the Revolutionary War, and I still have to, like, finish up, but I know Zach's got people that came over on the Mayflower, and I have, my people that came over on the Mayflower are the ones that didn't, well, I don't know, we still have to finish up a couple of them, but we have at least one guy who was the, like, guy who, he worked on the Mayflower, and he also went, I think, to Jamestown, but, like, he was, like, a working guy on the ship, and so, like, he's not in, like, the town thing that recorded the people who spent, like, that first one, like, who were there initially for the town, because he was, like, there because he was, like, for the boat. And then he came and lived there. I can't remember which guy that is, because I was getting mixed up with somebody else. But I have people going way back on the East Coast, and I just want to go see all the history, because, like, it's just cool to have a personal connection. But it's also cool just, like, because history is cool. But it is kind of fun when you can see, like, I know that I think Harvard's, like, one of Harvard's main building things is on land that used to be my family and stuff. So I wish that they'd pay me for it. New Jersey, is full of, goes Florida too, because Washington had fought here and had many encampments in the area. I mean, there's just been so many battles and skirmishes, and I know I had people that fought in lots of different things. I think that's all I'm going to say about that. About our nation's history and people coming early and fighting. I don't know specifics about lots of them. There's a legend of the Headless Horseman, and there are a lot of Civil War reenactments. I mean, it sounds so cool. I do want to go. You have family who was in the mob? My dad did comedy and some other stuff, and he ended up being friends for a little bit with Milton Berle, and through Milton Berle, he accidentally had dinner with this famous mob guy in the back of, like, this, like, comedy club thing. It's a wild story. My dad's got a couple wild stories. Like, he met, like, this, like, really famous biker gang, like, the guy in charge of this biker gang once, and he didn't realize who he was talking to, and the guy really liked my dad, and they were talking at a party, and then everybody afterwards was like, you know, like, this guy who was, like, really high up in this biker gang, and my dad's like, who? No. I was just talking to that guy over there, and they're like, yeah, that was him. My dad is, like, the nicest, coolest guy, and he plays guitar really well, and so he's got so many stories, and, like, we had, like, the Playboy club in Lake Geneva right by where I lived and stuff. My parents just have crazy stories. Why did I get started on that? Oh, the mob. Yes. My dad had dinner with the mob by accident because Milton Berle invited him to dinner after his set. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. I saw a picture on my Twitter. I got another good story. I hope nobody is coming in here to learn about the earthquake now. They will be really either disappointed or confused. I'm not really sure. Oh, I have to update my pin thing on my Twitter. I forgot to do that. Let's see. Media. That's what I'm looking for. I have a lot of GIFs in my media. but I'm looking for a specific picture. Oh, here's my grandpa Lee. He did the Berlin airlift. He was General Clay's mechanic at one point. A lot of gifs. I'm looking for something specific. Oh my god. Where did it go? I have a picture of my grandpa with somebody, and I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Famous guy. He's got some good stories of going through like these quiet little towns in southeastern Wisconsin, yelling the British are coming. Oh well, someday. Here we go. I can't think of his name all of a sudden, and I feel ridiculous. But that's my grandpa. And he went through town. He would ride in cars with my dad and his friends and yell out the window, the British are coming in these small little towns. I don't know how I got stuck on that. Oh, thank you, Copper Horse, for sending my email. You guys have to keep me on track. I'm getting very off topic. I can't remember why I started thinking about that picture. Oh, Milton Berle, maybe. Lots of fun stories. But why did I start talking about Milton Berle? The mob. That's it. Let's see how I gotta really focus on how I look when I do this, because I'm just like looking at the chat and stuff, and then I look over at the screen. I'm like, I look a little crazy if somebody just popped down here and saw this face, just like nobody wants that. I mean, my husband is like contractually obligated to say that he does, but otherwise nobody wants that. I totally got lost in the chat though. Oh, there's the mob. Okay. New Jersey is full of ghosts lore. I've went on some of the Weird New Jersey tours. Kate May has ghost tours too. My son collects Jersey Devil stuff. That's really cool. Yeah, and the Jersey Devil stuff, like, isn't there like a... That's not the Bennington Triangle, right? There's some triangle there. Right? And isn't the Jersey stuff supposed to be part of it? The Jersey Devil stuff, I mean. New Jersey is the farthest east you've been. I've only been, like, when it comes to traveling, I mean, well, New Jersey, how, you mean, like, you haven't been, like, to Europe? I mean, New Jersey is pretty east. I'm giving you a hard time. The Horseman is reputed to be the ghost of a German mercenary fighting for the British during the American Revolution who was decapitated by a cannonball. Okay, question. So the Headless Horseman story is not like a legend that turned into like a book, or I know like movie stuff came later or whatever, but like it's not like, I was under the impression that like it was a story, but it wasn't that people told, but that it wasn't like is there really a Headless Horseman guy ghost location that people say there is actually a ghost that shows up, or is it just a story that legend has it? Because I was more under the impression it was like legend has it that there's a Headless Horseman in this area, instead of, no, really, you can go see the place where people think he is. Does that make sense? Because like I really thought like there was like books or whatever and stories based off of like a legend that that this was a ghost here once, instead of, no, really, it's like right there. There's like a historical marker and everything. Like, so this is actually like, does that make sense? Because I really thought it was more legend than an actual like actual alleged ghost at a specific location. Yeah, I'm not monetized, so I'm fine. Excellent. So let's just swear all day long. Or murder, 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 murder. Someday I'll be monetized, and you just wait and see. I'll have to come back here and chop all that out. There's also the legend of the Jersey Devil in the New Jersey Pinelands. Oh, yeah. The Pinelands one. Yes, the Pinelands. Yes. I'm sorry. I just totally forgot about where it was. Where the Jersey Devil stuff that I had learned about a long time ago. Because Christina would like had me watch some stuff when we were younger, and I remember the Pinelands, and I really remember thinking this place looks so like quaint and nice to live, and it would be a shame if Jersey Devil like thing scared everybody there. And like as a little kid, I was like, because this place looks so nice, and it would be very sad if like the quaintness was disrupted. Jason Hawes had to start a YouTube channel now. Oh, really? I think I knew that. A couple of people started YouTube channels that really surprised me. The one guy from Ghost Brothers did too. Dalen Spratt, is that his name? Because I follow him, but I haven't really had time to watch. But I follow as support. Yes. Thank you, Copper Horse, for typing my email in the chat. Sorry, I just saw this now down. You love Cape May. You've been to the bed and breakfast, especially around Christmas. Oh, that sounds so cute and fun. Weird New Jersey is amazing. Yeah, what just turned off? Oh. My lights just turned off. The bottom ones. It's funny. Anyway. You live near the supposed birthplace of the Jersey Devil? What do you guys... I think that this... Because this lady had... This is like her 13th child or something, right? I feel like this kid has a bad rap. I feel like it's either one of those cautionary tales or the there was some extra story behind this that we're never gonna know. I feel like I should be in full support of the Jersey Devil because I feel like he got a bad rap. The Mothman isn't that Pleasant Point, West Virginia? Or do you guys also have it in Jersey too? I mean, there could be Mothman everywhere. There's like a Mothman that flies in front of my camera all the time and sets it off. Oh wait, no, that's just a regular moth. Never mind. Yeah, no, that's West Virginia. I mean, there's always people saying that the different things are in different places. Like, I'm pretty sure I've heard Mothman was seen in other places too. So, I've been into that too. The Mothman is located in Point Pleasant. Did I say Point Pleasant? I said something along those lines. West Virginia as the subject of an annual festival in the town. That's fun. Oh, this just skipped really. Yeah, wait, is that Rip Torn? No. Yes, it is. No, then that's not him. That with the story with my grandpa. I'm gonna have to ask Christina because she's not probably watching right now. There it is. Yes, that is Rip Torn. The other guy. I have to ask Christina about this because I can't think of his name. There's another guy. Silly guy who used to yell out I can't think of it. Okay. Anyway. I'm doing that thing where I have a weird face really close to the camera, but it's just because I'm reading the chat, and anybody that pops in is going to be really momentarily scared that there's like a face right there. A Mothman in West Virginian folklore is a humanoid creature reportedly seen in the Point Pleasant area from November 15th in 1966 to December 15th, 1967. I think that he is a good guy. What is your opinion about Mothman? Because I've heard stories. I think he's a good guy trying to warn people and protect them. The first newspaper report was published in the Point Pleasant Register dated November 16th, 1966, titled Couple Sees Man-Sized Bird Creature Something. That's awesome. I really want to be part of news stories that contain ... or something or whatever. I think being part of news stories like that would be awesome. I got mail. Yeah, let's get rid of that picture of my grandpa. My grandpa was awesome. All my grandparents were awesome. I was really lucky to have awesome grandparents. I didn't get to know my mom's dad too well, but he was awesome. Now I know your real name. I got your email. So you said this was at Gettysburg? There's definitely something in the window. Now, how can you be sure this isn't like a shade? Or like even like viewing out to like another window on the other side of the house? And I'm not like I just want to know. Because as a scientist and person, I just want to know more. And so, what are the other observations that you can make about the scene? Your dad's cousin ran the drug trade from the border to Vegas, and he also put a hit out on Mayor Daley in '78. That's crazy. I really want to tell you about somebody that is like might be crazier than that back in those days, and I can't. And that one probably you guys will never be able to hear. It's not anybody I'm related to, though. That's crazy. A hit out of Mayor Daley. Holy moly. It's always the cousin. Yes, and it was ripped. And that is not the person, though. But I don't want to bug Christina because she's been getting over being sick. And so I'll just ask her, and then the next time I'll just tell you who it was. But there's good stories about somebody with my dad and his friends going through, Lyons is this little town by Burlington, and they went down the main street in Lyons yelling the British are coming and stuff. It was just a good time because like the Playboy Club was up the street, and like it was just so they'd all like hang out, and like the Playboy Club was a swanky nice affair for everyone. Like my mom used to hang out with my dad, and it used to just be a cool club. It's not a sexy mansion. And even if it was, I wouldn't want to admit it because my parents aren't out there. But lots of fun stories from back then. You love old photos like that. I got a lot of, I also have, I have my 8mm film from my grandpa Lee's, and after my grandma died, and I'm slowly getting that digitized, and slides and old pictures and stuff, and oh yeah, and the picture back there is same grandpa with the shop at different times in the shop's history, like the different buildings. And so I have that because that hung on by the office at the shop until the day that my grandpa or my dad closed the shop after my grandpa died. Like my dad tried to keep it going and it just wasn't gonna work. Paul Revere. Yes. Wait, you mean no? I mean My family's not that old. The stories are not from back then of them going up and down the street yelling that. It was a comedian guy, but it wasn't Rip Torn, I don't think. Somebody else. And now I just can't think of who it is. But he looks in the same vein as Rip Torn. Now I just can't think of who it is. Anyway. Mob. Yes. Jocelyn, hello, we're still on. Yeah, we stopped talking about earthquake stuff. So I hope nobody comes on. I mean, if somebody comes on and has questions, I can go right back to it and answer questions. Like, I am fine with answering any questions that anybody has. But we just got like off subject after, I think, everything I talked about. I never did make it to the videos though on Twitter and stuff of the earthquake. But good thing is so many people take, like, there's a lot of security cameras, but there was also, like, a lot of, like, people who were, like, videoing themselves, like, influencers or whatever, who just happened to catch it. And I thought, like, well, that's a good thing everybody's filming themselves so much, because that does give us a really good understanding of the shaking over at different places. And totally okay that so many people had cameras on themselves. Let's see. Yes, we started talking about Ghost Encrypted. Leeds Point, Jersey Devil. Oh, wait. I want to start some of these places that you guys say. I want to actually start looking up because I need to know places better. Oh my gosh, it still says 3 people are waiting for my scheduled discussion on the earthquake. That's probably fine. Sometimes my clock also freezes. What was it? Oh, yes. Leeds Point. I want to see places. Google Maps. Nope. Typed that wrong. There we are. Leeds Point. Did my screen just do something? Did my screen just do something funny to you guys? Because all of a sudden it looked like whatever. The Great Bay. It does look great. Oh, how pretty. Look at, from the Longshore Current, look at those, what are those, what are those sandy islands that the Longshore Current creates? Can't think of the name all of a sudden. But they are long. They're beaches. They're long beaches that are islands. Like so. Why did I know Egg Harbor City? Should I look up Cabot Cove, Maine? And see if Murder, She Wrote shows up. Let's see. And Bigfoot. Wait, he worked for the mob and Bigfoot? Or, wait, no. Leeds Point and Bigfoot? Damn, I'm giving you a hard time now. Because you called me that name. Inappropriate. Unacceptable. No, I can't help it. Ichabod Crane. Oops. Everything just updated. My chat just... There we go. We locals love the stories. Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Oh yes, I have one more ghost thing from. To look up. There it is. I didn't want though to go through my Gmail in front of everybody, so I was gonna take it off the screen and then come back on. Right here. Right here. I'm seeing things in both places. I'm seeing a shadow thing here, and I'm seeing a head and shoulders and arm and stuff here. But I'm also seeing like a shadow thing here. Dom, agree or disagree with my assessment? I lost my place. The Beast of Bray Road. Oh my gosh. Vargas, how did I forget that? Yes, the Beast of Bray Road, and my dad knows who it is. Vargas, did you know my dad knows who the Beast of Bray Road is? I have all the answers to the Beast of Bray Road if anybody wants to listen to it. And no, it's not my dad. And it's not Rip Torn. Didn't know this YouTube was you. It's me. Oh, well, thank you. And hi, Miss Siren. There's places where the tortured ghost and soul has been seen riding his mount headless in Morris Country, New Jersey, or Morris County, New Jersey, near the town of Peepak. I don't mean to be bad at pronouncing names. Gladstone, and in the Great Swamp, Hackbarney State Park. Copper Horse, I want to respect everything you write. I do. I'm really sorry. That's really cool though. Like, are the so is it like newer sightings, or this like older, like story? Like now it's like legend that the story is like this. Are they like newer stories that people are still talking about? Yes, Rip Taylor. Okay, this is why I got really confused. It's not Rip Torn. It's Rip Taylor. Thank you. That's why I got so confused. Okay. Yes, thank you, Vargas. It's Rip Taylor. Holy moly. Yes, it's Rip Taylor. Because I know he just passed away, and that's why I had put that up there. Oh my gosh. That's why I was so confused and being like, I'm just going to talk to Christina because I just got myself so confused. It's a very specific first name. Thank you. Thank you. And now I'm thinking the story was right with him. Let me get back to you on that one. But thank you, Vargas. I knew I was wrong. That's not that Rip Torn came up a lot in the past. I don't know. Anyway, I just want to show a picture of my grandpa too. And let that be memorialized on a YouTube video that I really messed that up. What? Oh. Yes, at the Sheboygan County place, yeah, and the place, yeah, and apparently it looked great on project on Destination Fear, and I mean the guy who comes and does work at my house, he had a good time too. And so am I correct? Yes, the Bray Road stuff with the Because there was no one in the building, and the next picture, it wasn't there. Oh, ooh, that's creepy. Yeah, it's really good to get a picture, like, to do a couple in a row, because then you can see if something is always in the picture or not. And that's creepy. Who's always sick? Is that the spot that was referred to in one of the Sopranos episodes at Copperhurst? Oh, that was part of all the things I pronounced incorrect. Christopher and someone else buried a guy near there in the series, then had to move him. I never watched The Sopranos. I probably should. And I don't even really I don't understand, like, apparently everybody gave away the ending at some point, but I don't remember what people said, so don't tell me what people said, because I don't remember who died or what. So, like, I mean, I know that there was, The Sopranos had, like, a big, like, what's that called when you ruin, the ending of something. I don't remember it, so I could still watch it just fine. Took a detour. And Carolyn, zoom into the pic and look at the face. In this one? This one? Oh, this is the best I can do for zooming. Like this? Or this? Like, I swear there's a person here too. Or do you mean in the picture of the person in the window? Oh, is that a knee? Like a leg and a knee and like a dress, and like there's like the shoulder. It's like a dress, and like there's the head. Are you seeing that too? Oh, it's a little boy? I wish I could zoom in more, this one? Is it a little boy? How are we seeing a little... I really want to see what you're seeing. And I'm not trying to, like, be a jerk. I'm just seeing it completely different. You're stomping around. The Sopranos area. Oh yes, Beast of Bray Road. And thank you for fixing my head about which Rip that was. Yes, Rip Taylor. I'm embarrassed by that, okay? I am. I'm straight up embarrassed. Let's just get that over with right now. Embarrassing. Okay, now I'm done with that. Yes, I'll do that in a second. I must get through the other comments. May have missed this combo, but does this fault have any early warning system? No, so the thing about it, Miss Siren, is that, with this kind of fault, especially, they don't even know, they're not even gonna probably really know which fault. Like, I know, like, the Ramapo fault is, usually supposed to be the fault that's kind of blamed for things up there, but I'm not sure why, but I've heard that it's not really, like, in this kind of fault system, and, like, that it's not going to be as easy to figure out the exact, like, epicenter, hypocenter kind of location, and so you're not really going to even be able to find out exactly which fault it's on, and, like, the reactivation of certain faults, you can give kind of a good idea of, where a fault zone is that used to be active, and then there's always the possibility of them being reactivated, but, really the reactivation of old faults like this, it's just that doesn't really have an early warning system, but it if like you're concerned about that kind of thing, though, reactivation of old faults never really produces a super serious earthquake. I mean, I know this one was scary and it did cause damage, but like when it comes to the type of earthquake that you would get in like Taiwan or somewhere, like that's not gonna happen on a reactivation of a fault like this. And the shaking was considerable and stuff because it was really shallow and it is in that really cold old hard rock, and so like it seems like the smaller stuff can seem a little bit bigger over a larger space, but like I wouldn't, yeah, there shouldn't be for this one specifically, there shouldn't be I would think, and a lot of people think, one that's larger than the 4.8 that happened. But it's really also hard to tell the magnitude of these kinds of things. But it's a fault that the reactivation types of earthquakes, it's really hard to be able to tell which ones would go. Because there was so much rain, though, recently, if you're doing that on top of old faults, I mean, if there's lots of flooding, I mean, the possibility, I think, of reactivation on an old fault would be slightly more, but there's not going to be a warning system for that. It would just be knowing when your hazards could happen. And so, yeah, no warning system, but for this, it should, that one should have already had the big one, and it should just be aftershocks that are smaller from here on out. Hope that helps. Where it says Smithville, that's the area. And here? Here, Smithville. Where are you, Smithville? There it is. Ooh, the Colonial Inn. Zach, are you watching? I want to go here. This place is awesome. I'm just gonna look for hotels around the area. Ooh, Swan Lake Resort. Sorry guys, I got distracted. Oh, I wanna go here too. Okay, distracted. I found the place. And then I found lots of other places around that place. And there's a Dunkin'. Okay. They're talking to each other? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I got it. Oh, I see. I thought this person was further behind. I see that this extends out more. That is so crazy. Is this like color of the person, or is this like background, like behind the person, like part of the building or something that's just making it look like it's a shirt? You know what I'm saying? Do you have any more pictures? Ooh. You sent an email in regards to the Headless Horseman I can share? Ooh, I will. These are really cool pictures though. I like. Oh. Oh. Yes, this is fine. Where did you guys go now? There you are. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow always rides on Halloween. Picks include Lord aka Copper Horse. The ghost is often spotted at Jockey Hollow State Park near Peapack, Gladstone, New Jersey, where many Civil War reenactments take place, and Washington had a headquarters. Ooh. Cool! I found it. This is like the best ghost picture I've ever seen. It's so clear. It's like a little boy, right? No, okay. This is so cool. Oh my gosh, that's such a good picture. That's really neat. That's so beautiful. Like the horse, and this is cool. And the background is really neat. There's tracks though. But that's part of the mystery. It's the paranormal. Yeah, Expedition X went and investigated there. That's what I thought. I just lost everything because it skipped to the bottom again. Okay. Let's hear my thoughts about Beast of Bray Road. Beast of Bray Road. So when my dad owned the shop, out on 83, he had like just a lot of like farm guys and stuff coming in all the time, and he got talking with this one farm guy who was out by Bray Road somewhere, and he said that like I don't know if this is actually the thing that's going on, and I also believe in tulpas, maybe. I think that that's a real good idea, so I think that this is the thought of this Beast of Bray Road actually existing. Like, eventually, there enough thought energy just created it, if it didn't already exist, maybe. I don't know. Still up in the air about everything, so I can be the skeptical scientist. And, but, so my dad was talking to this guy, and he said that the Beast of Bray Road was just, there was like this older guy who was like there was this older farmer guy that was like on Bray Road or just off of Bray Road, and I can't remember who it is right now, but he like used to like, I guess, like give the middle finger to like the school buses and stuff, and when he was walking and stuff, like I guess this guy was like really like, you know, not fun. And he liked to mess with people, and so he dressed up as this Beast of Bray Road to like scare people and be weird. And I'm gonna have to hear this again from my dad, but it's just an old guy who just wants to scare and harass people. And used to flick off school buses. And my parents also saw the Beast of Bray Road once, but it was like some guy in a werewolf costume who was tap dancing on the side of the road. And so their Beast of Bray Road was like in like with a werewolf costume with a top hat and cane and stuff. He was tap dancing on the side of the road. So I don't think that was the real Beast of Bray Road, but I can't be sure. It might have been. So my parents saw it, but my dad heard that it was just a farmer guy that's trying to like mess with people. And there is, like, a name to that guy. I just don't know who it is. I probably wouldn't say it here anyway. But I do believe that enough thought energy goes into things that they can be created. And who knows, maybe there was a Beast of Bray Road, and maybe this old guy was a werewolf, or maybe he also dressed up and there was also a werewolf, or maybe this is just a story somebody told my dad. I don't know. But apparently there was this farmer guy. The farmer guy actually existed, and he actually did, I guess, give the middle finger to buses. So at least that part is genuine. Oh yeah. Okay. So Rip Torn thing. Yes, we are all done. We're gonna forget about that collectively together. That ever happened. That we mixed up Rip Torn and Rip Taylor because their names are so similar. Rip with a T. And all I needed was Vargas to save me, just like, and he is my sanity partner, like he was when we were hosts together. Oh yeah, Miss Aaron, were you in here when Stogie on Wheels? He was Vargas, he was in high school with me, and we hosted the variety show together, and it was like literally like my favorite moment of high school. And I'm so glad he's here, and he needs to come here more. I hope he does. And let's see. The Sopranos filmed in the Pineland somewhere. I need to watch The Sopranos. I was thinking about it'd be kind of cool to like watch The Sopranos like slowly and talk about it if you guys are into The Sopranos. But I also thought it'd be cool like, what are the rules for watching like, if we want like, I want to have like not like a book club like book review thing, but like, because I don't know how to read, but like a thing where we talk about each Murder, She Wrote episode like it's like a book club review thing, but I don't have to read because I don't know how to, and instead I can just watch TV. I'm really in. Jessica Fletcher was even part of my wedding vows to Zach, so she murdered them all, by the way. I just saw again, Dom, they're talking to each other. Those pictures are really cool. Yes. I hope that story was as great as you thought it was going to be about the Beast of Bray Road. Also, when Ozzy Osbourne's son, Jack, I like Ozzy Osbourne, when his son Jack and Whitman, right? I can't think of her name. The girl that partnered with him in like the paranormal show. When they were here for the Beast, when they were in the area for Beast of Bray Road, they ended up in like by Kettle Moraine for the night camping, saying it was by Bray Road. So that was weird. Like and Zach said, well, it seems like a quick drive for people who are from like LA because he's from San Diego, like interstate traffic in California or whatever. Like from Bray Road to like Kettle Moraine probably seems like a really fast drive. But it's like a really long distance for people who like live here and know better. That's not the same place. I want to look at your picture again in the window. Oh, you sent another thing. What's the other thing? I guess, like, I don't know, because, like, I don't know how big this is. I don't know how... I'm not trying to not see. I saw initially, like, I saw the picture initially different. And so, like, I'm trying to see it. Because I feel like I'm seeing this different than I should just because I don't know, like, the dimensions of things. Am I right with, like, this is, like, the leg, and this is the head? Or am I seeing this wrong? Yeah, the spooky pic is from Sheboygan. I'm not sure the specific name of the facility, the old non-use anymore facility in Sheboygan. I can't remember it though. What the specific name is again. You love Smithville. Did you see the little church they moved there from Route 30? Oh my god, this sounds like such a quaint place. And a picture of your mom's cat eating angel food cake. Yes. Aww. What's her name? Sorry. There was a picture of a cute cat eating cake. And I got distracted. Pills are kicking in? Okay. Good night. And thank you for stopping by. And always come back. And just don't call me names because of where I live. Oh yeah, no problem, sir. I hope that... Oh no, I'm so far behind in chat. I'd love... you would love Smithville. It's an entire little village and quaint shops. There's B&B and also a barn. This sounds like it could... barn B&B. This sounds like it could be like a good replacement if Cabot Cove just isn't going to exist. If it's the one I think you're talking about, yes, I've been in it. That's so cool. Yes, thank you for hanging out with us. You're fun. The Witches of Whitewater. That sounds almost familiar, and I don't know why. There's a podcast for the Sopranos where Chris and Bacala talk about each episode. That's cool. It's cool, like, to have all these things like podcasts and reviews and all that kind of stuff after, as you go along episode by episode, you can like see reviews and podcasts and stuff you want to about. But then I'd be afraid that spoiler alert. So I don't know. Whitewater, Wisconsin is known as the Second Salem because of its association with witch gatherings, mysterious murders, and other unworldly occurrences. The town has several legends about witches. Really? There's a story from just outside Burlington where we lived about a lady who was walking in like the woods somewhere on a trail, and then she like slipped into another dimension, but her dog didn't, and so her dog was able to pull her out of this dimension. And I really want to know who that lady is. Like, do I know her? Because I want to talk to her about that, because that's interesting. Because I'm not just going to discredit people because something sounds like really weird. Or I'm not just going to say, no, that sounds really weird, so like, you're weird. Like, I mean, I want to know more so I can get a better opinion about how crazy, like, a story may sound crazy, but it may just be a crazy thing that happened. And so, but that's Burlington, not Whitewater. I had no idea. Mary Worth, known as, I almost thought that was like one of the coolest last names ever. By the way, Copper Horse, I'm sorry, I am Anchorman right now, reading everything exactly how it's written. Question marks and all. I really thought Worth Known was the coolest new last name I'd never heard of before. Okay, Mary Worth, known as Bloody Mary. Worth is buried in Oak Grove Cemetery. She told the town she wanted to be buried in the cemetery, and if denied, she'd curse the town. Wait, so she got her way? Is that it? Is that the story? Because, like, I mean, that's also crazy that you got, like Whitewater to do something you asked. Like, I mean, that in itself is paranormal. There's a movie made of The Witches of Whitewater. The trailer was released, but the movie was ultimately shelved and never released. Oh. Huh. I did not know that. It looks like a mannequin to you? Oh. That's the kitty. Yeah, I'll have to take another look. Like, I'll have to take... Oh! On my computer, I can see that it does look like a little boy. When it's up here, though, the features kind of get blurred out a little bit. But when it's on my computer, it comes in much clearer. I can see how this is a little boy. It could be seen as a little boy. I mean, honestly, I'm still seeing it as... I see it easier as a woman. But I don't know the dimensions of the window. And I mean, I'm not gonna, like... If I have a different opinion about a paranormal thing, I'm not just gonna, like... say yes. Yeah, you're right. Because, like, that's, like, the point of talking about the paranormal is to get everybody else's opinions and stuff. And to, like, try to... Yeah. Make it... Try to talk. Like, you know what I mean. I forgot what I was talking about, I'm not gonna lie. But I still, it's easier to see a woman than a kid. And, yeah, I'm never gonna lie to you about paranormal stuff or whatever, because it's good to talk about it. Yeah. Some say she can be seen on Halloween Eve among the gravestones. Oh, I've had a couple weird things in cemeteries. Especially there's a cemetery in Janesville, where my mom's twin is buried. And then the cemetery in Burlington. I've seen it, it's weird. I've just seen, like, the one in Burlington, I definitely saw somebody, like, they were all black, bending over a headstone once. But I don't know. Because I was in a car, and then, like, there were trees and stuff, and by the time, like, I got closer, I couldn't see it anymore. Smithville is a quaint little town. Batstow is too. Oh my god, I'm gonna go everywhere you guys are talking about. Copper Horse seems to have all the spooky stories. Yeah, I have all the stories that I want to be, like, spooky and cool, and then it's just like, sorry guys, let's just listen to Copper Horse. Other stories about witches in Whitewater include a coffin of a little girl was placed on campus on Halloween week in the 1970s. 3 students witnessed a late-night ritual on the beach. Why would they put a coffin was the little girl in there? I need to know more about these stories. Why would they do that? Near Whitewater Lake in 1992, paranormal activity happens within the triangle formed by the town's 3 cemeteries. There's a triangle formed by the town's 3 cemeteries. That'd be interesting to... I don't know. Everybody says mirrors are paranormal. Let's throw some mirrors in the middle of that triangle and see if anything happens. Like, sometimes I get silly when I think of, like... But, like... There's some good things, like, scientifically that you can do for, like, paranormal stuff. I can't say anymore because I have an NDA. But there's also just some fun things that would just be like, let's just start throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks kind of stuff. That's like Zach and I were talking about. What would be good to put on my YouTube that, like, everybody that I know likes to hang out would like, but, like, different stuff. And he's like, just start throwing stuff at the wall and see what sticks. And it's like, that is, like, a good motto for like everything in life. Zach also said last night that we were talking about what you'd do if a shark was going to attack you. And because you're supposed to swim towards it and, like, and then I was, like, guessing what you were supposed to do. Like, do you hug it? Do you go for the eyes? Like, all these theories about what you would do once you get to the shark that you're supposed to swim towards. And Zach just, like, was... And Zach just said, my plan is to die as quickly as possible. In that situation, there are no plans except make it quick. Zach also he doesn't know how to swim yet. So if anybody wants to talk to Zach about learning how to swim, that'd be great. But I think that would also make a fight against the shark a little bit harder. Yeah, I said it online. If somebody can convince Zach to take swimming lessons, that'd be great. But he can't get his ear wet. But love you. I started talking about it and I couldn't stop talking. We got married in the little church at Vatstow. Am I saying that right? I love it there. I love taking photos there. Oh my gosh, it just sounds so nice over there. It sounds better than, like, we got, like, the Witches of Whitewater and the Beast of Bray Road, and you guys have, like, the cute little church that got moved, and these cute little bed and breakfasts and stuff. And we just have, like, this old farmer that flicked people off. But as a geophysicist, does the type of rock underground matter? Yeah, and don't worry about it. We're just talking. If you actually have real questions, that's fine. That's more than fine. Yeah, so, for an earthquake, like, in, like, the West Coast, you have the active fault zones. You have, like, where everybody worries about the San Andreas and all that. And that ground is, it's, like, just for the processes that are going on over there, because it's an active fault zone. It's warmer, newer, less hard rock over there. And where this earthquake happened, it's very old and cold rock. And so when you have, like, a 4.8 magnitude earthquake on the West Coast by, like, the San Andreas and all of that, that's not gonna, the energy from that isn't gonna spread out as far, and it's not gonna shake as much. It's not gonna be as an impactful of event as a 4.8 would be on the East Coast, where it, like, the ground is so hard and stuff, it rings like a bell. And that's something that was a phrase that they used also with the earthquake that caused the Washington Monument to be damaged. That earthquake, a lot of people were saying it shook so much because the ground rang like a bell, because it's harder, like a bell, like a bell is pretty hard, and that's why, like, you can use it to ring. The hard ground on the East Coast definitely, and older ground definitely makes it easier for the ground motion to go further and be more impactful. And also just, like, the fact that it's a reactivated fault from past plate tectonics that are no longer occurring. It's going to be shallower, and that just allows for the waves that cause the ground shaking, the more violent ground shaking, because it's shallower, those waves are just still have energy enough to produce more ground shaking along a distance on the surface, because it was just shallower. And that's not really that's a small earthquake of a shallow type on the West Coast. It's just, you'll feel it a little bit, but it just doesn't travel as much, and so you don't get as much ground shaking that could hurt buildings and stuff. Hope that helps. What about the earthquake in Taiwan? Yeah, we kind of covered that when it happened, just a little bit, though, at first. Because it always takes a little bit for the USGS to be able to give actual, like, what they think the magnitude of the earthquake is. So I don't even know what they ended up with that. But it was a subduction zone. I think it was, like, I think that one specifically it's in a more complex, like, a subduction zone. I know that it might be a triple junction kind of situation, but I'm not sure. I know that in one part of the fault, where the plate is going under the other plate, it's doing it at a different rate, at a different angle than another part. And anyway, so that's a subduction zone. So that's more like what you would see in, like, Northern California or Oregon, or and it's not. They've had I think they've had a sizable one in the last, not super recently, but not that long ago, like in people's lifetimes. and I just can't remember when. But it's good to release a little bit of energy instead of releasing an even bigger earthquake. But yeah, with the tsunami stuff, I'm not really sure. I haven't looked to see like how deep it was and all of that, but it probably didn't displace the water enough to cause like a super big tsunamis. But I'm not sure if the water that was displaced from things that did cause the mild like 3-meter one in one location. I'm not sure if that was caused by like the earthquake itself or by land movement, because there were a lot of landslides, and I heard there was liquefaction too. I haven't seen videos of liquefaction, but I've seen videos of the landslide stuff, and that's really, especially if you haven't had a lot. There has been seismic activity there kind of recently, I guess, but like it looks like enough the land on the mountains or hillsides, that kind of landscape, it looks like there was enough that like kind of built up over time that like a lot came down when the ground moved. And so really the hazards in this case wasn't really the tsunami, it was the landslides. And I heard there was liquefaction, but I haven't gotten to check out any of that. I think liquefaction is kind of interesting, but I can't tell you more about that one quite yet. That's all I can tell you. It's but whenever you hear of a more sizable earthquake, especially in that part of the world, it's probably going to be a subduction zone or something just off of it in the system. Did that help? I don't know if I answered anything. I'm still so embarrassed about Rip Taylor. Whatever. I know my parents and sister are not watching because I would have gotten a text about that. Did you guys all leave? Oh, there's a... I didn't see another message come up. I was like, I bored them to death. Yeah, it does look like it's pretty bad. Yeah, so tsunami stuff, like, because I worked on tsunamis for my grad work. I worked on tsunamigenesis, is what it's called. So it's not like the wave itself, it's like what causes the wave. It is scary. And if you ever see a beach pull away from you, you gotta run the other way. As soon as you start seeing that beach get bigger, so the water's pulling away from you and the beach gets bigger, you just start running. You tell everybody else around you to start running the opposite direction. You get out of there. You get out of there fast. But if you're in a boat, die, remember this, because you think this will never happen to you, die, but there will be a time in the future when you're going to be on a boat and there's going to be a tsunami and you are going to be so happy you listened to me say this more than 20 times. I assume it'll be a lot because this is one of my favorite facts. If you're in a boat and you're in a bay or something like in shallow water and you see a tsunami coming, you point your boat right at that tsunami and you just start paddling your little boat or like motorboating. You send that boat straight towards that tsunami as fast as possible because you want to get out into the deepest water you can. And then because like the shallower the water gets, the more that displaced water actually it's more that it will affect you. So if it's a deeper basin that you're in, like scuba divers that were in deeper water only like kind of bobbed, and like there's a video of it, like they just kind of bobbed when the tsunami went over them. But like, when it reached land, all that displaced water just goes up onto the land, and so it's just you just steer your boat right towards that tsunami. But like otherwise, you should definitely seek higher ground and get out of there and stuff. But if you're in a boat, and never go parallel to it, always point directly at it, so it looks like So if the tsunami's coming at you, you drive your boat towards it to meet it. Don't turn perpendicular, or you like roll over. And then what would have been the point of that? So does your science look back to the glacier age about fault lines? Like the reactivation after the reactivation of old faults when the glaciers are like receding and the ground's starting to rebound, or like faulting from glaciers, because that would I'm not really sure about like the processes that happen with glaciers, but that would be more, I think, fracturing. And there's also different types of scouring and things like that from glaciers grinding things onto other rocks. And so I'm not sure what type. I mean, there would be I'm sure there's a process that would technically be a fault. But if you're talking about like the reactivation because of glaciers, that definitely is a thing, and that's definitely what they think that the New Madrid Fault Zone. I think one of the reasons they think the New Madrid Fault Zone was reactivated or caused big earthquakes, it was because of the rebound of the glacier after it receded. So that's a good thing to bring up. That's really smart. Ghost Story Review podcast sounds like something to check on. Whoops. I just dropped something. I'm playing with stuff now. I'm gonna put my hands up. Stop playing with me. Ghost Story Review podcast. What? Wait. I've been talking about a million things, but I want this. Ghost Story Review podcast sounds awesome. That sounds fun. Dad remembers this lesson. Got it. Thanks for saving my future life. No problem, future Dad. Anytime. How do fault lines happen? Yeah. So, in this case, it really like, can you believe that like the Appalachian Mountains used to be as big as the Himalayan mountains? And it was because at one point, when the Pangea was made and the plates, like the tectonic plates, started slamming into each other, and they like made this huge mountain. Like when you do that, you break the ground, but it doesn't like crumble. It doesn't crumble. It like breaks into like slices like bread, kind of, in different places in different ways. And so probably I think that a lot of the faults in the system in New York were created a long time ago when this mountain building stuff like the Himalayas, but it was the Appalachians, it was created, and just by slamming rock together. It's a slow process. Like, if we look at it, like, it's not that slow, like, geologically in, like, the history of the entire planet. But, like, mountain building looks to us very slow, but it's, to itself, it's, like, pushing together a lot pretty quick, and it's building this big mountain, and as it's doing it, it's pushing the rocks in different ways, and it comes out in places to look like slices of the ground. And then that same area that used to be a mountain pushing together, it starts separating. That's why we have the Atlantic Ocean, and that's just because that's how the plate tectonics around our planet just happened. They just decided to separate after they came together. Something I will never do with Zach, because I love him, and I'm gonna need food soon. But they came together and then they separated, and that also creates like the pulling apart of things. Also slices up the ground in different ways, and so you have different faults in the New York, New Jersey that are like, you have the ground being like sliced like bread in different ways. And those are your fault zones. But then because these processes stopped in that area, the faults no longer are moving, and so we call them deactivated. But that's like in that specific area, but because they are still broken lines in the ground, they can come back to slip every once in a while. Like, I think that water probably caused this one, and so it's kind of like the idea of when you're walking on like your kitchen floor. If it's dry, it's harder to slip than if it's wet. It's easy to slip, and that's just how lots of processes work. It's easier to slip a fault if it's wet, and I think maybe all that rain we had made it easier for this to slip. But there's also a lot of other different reasons it could have, and so but just because like the process that created that earthquake or that fault zone aren't currently happening anymore, because there's not a mountain being built in with the Appalachian Mountains anymore. Just because that process isn't still there doesn't mean that line in the ground that was created because of it goes away. It stays there. That ground is still sliced up from from when the Appalachians were being made, and so it can always just get reactive. It can always just slip a little bit over time again, but not because of the process that made it. Just because it's a weak spot that might slip every once in a while. Does that make sense? I'm near the ocean, river, and bay. I need to remember this. Yeah, I mean the whole idea of tsunamis from the Atlantic is just. I mean, we could go into that, Copper Horse. I don't know. There's like all these islands and stuff, like they have like underwater weak zones where like rock like or whatever could come falling down and create a big old wave, or you got like the Mediterranean is active and all that, and that could send a huge wave over. You got the Caribbean that could end up popping something up. I mean, but you're fine. I'm sure you're fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Yeah, don't worry about that. Oh, but the bay does funnel tsunami. Like when you see like if you see a tsunami modeling, you'll always see that the bays have a bigger wave just because like they funnel things, But it's fine. Don't worry about that. I'm sure it's fine. I wouldn't worry about that. No, I wouldn't. But it would be crazy if something did happen. But I wouldn't worry about that. What do you think about the underground boring? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you asked me about this. Elon Musk's company. Yeah, the Boring Company. I want him to talk more about it. Is it safe for the Earth if they start doing this like he wants to? I'm actually not sure what he wants to do with it. Underground highway from West Coast to East Coast. Oh yeah? Okay. Well, I mean, Elon Musk I trust with like the kind of thing like the environmental stuff and all that, and I don't know of any stories that make me weary about like if like that he'd be doing it like I think he would do it the right way. I mean, you always have to get permits and get the different states, there's so many permits and restrictions and all that. Like if somebody wanted to do something like this, that it wouldn't be something somebody could do without people seeing. Like people would know that, like the different communities and stuff that would go through the different local and state governments and stuff like that would definitely make sure it was done safely and well. But yeah, I'm not really sure what he wants to use the Boring Company stuff for, and I really wanted to get to know what he was going to use that for because it's interesting. Because I know he was talking about like making some like underground road that can like connect up to your garage or something. I don't know. I don't think we gotta worry about that. He's got a lot going on. But it would just take so long though too to do it from West Coast to East Cost. I think it would be like between cities. Like I I think it would be more practical to wonder if he was going to try to do something like between like Silicon Valley and like downtown San Francisco or something, which wouldn't, because of the seismic history of San Francisco, that just wouldn't happen. A lot of San Francisco, in fact, is built on old earthquake debris that they just plow from the like 1906, 1903, 1901, there was an earthquake. Big one in San Francisco, and they just bulldozed everything into the water, and that is now what all the piers and stuff sit on top of, and big buildings and things. So he's not going to build anything there. I don't know. You got me really thinking about this. These are good questions. I will get back to you about that, because I really do want to know what the Boring Company is going to be doing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I'm a wealth of info. Also, it's all in how you present yourself. I mean, just look like you know what you're talking about. No, I'll never lie to you guys. But I did learn in college that people really made me question what I knew, because they'd say garbage to me, but they'd say it so confidently that, like, I thought they were right. Like, so as long as you're just confident, everybody will believe you. But I'll never lie to you guys. This is true. You read recently that an ocean was found underground. Oh gosh, yeah. There's different reasons people say that. There's a couple different things, and I've heard a lot. Scientists discovered a reservoir of water that's 3 times the volume of all the oceans. The water is located between the transition zone of the Earth's upper and lower mantles. Yeah, I heard about this. I will have to get back to you, because I'm not even really sure how to go about starting to talk about that. And, yeah, I will have to get back to you, because I'm not even really sure. Because I did hear about people talking about this kind of thing in grad school, like, you know, in 2012 or whatever. And, I can't remember why they say that, and why it would be, like, I mean, obviously, the seismic waves from earthquakes are detected at different seismometers around the world, and you can, and using earthquakes as like a seismic source to record information, you can start to determine what's in the ground, like what's in the deep ground, by using these. It's called a passive source when you use a naturally occurring like thing like an earthquake to determine, like, to image like a larger thing like our entire planet. And I don't know if that is part of the process of them deciding this water or not. Just realizing that there's a massive ocean hidden under Earth. Turns out there's a huge supply of water 400 miles underground stored in rock known as ringwoodite. There's a lot of water stored in a lot of places. There's I actually had to take the place of a speaker once who was going to talk about the really low frequency, like, ground penetrating radar was used to find really, really deep water, to image really, really deep water reserves in Africa. And, like, this was so important to, like, the governments and stuff, that the governments had security and everything for this guy to go around and find where water was really, really, really deep in the ground so they could make wells for their people. And there's just so many different places where large amounts of water can be very fascinating. But I'll have to get back to you about this mantle stuff, because I don't know why they think that, and like what method was used to determine this. Unless it's just theory, but I don't think it is. And yeah, and why it's that's the interpretation that they made from whatever method they used, which I would think would be like a passive seismic kind of situation with seismometers. Researchers have also discovered a sea's worth of water locked within the sediment and rock of a lost volcanic plateau that is now deep in the Earth's crust. Yeah, there's a lot from the subduction from like the plate tectonics and stuff. There's a lot of the ground will eventually be recycled. The plate tectonics, like eventually, like things subduct underneath, and so things that are on that subducting plate are gonna go underneath, and there can be really hydrous, really like fluid-rich sediments and rocks and stuff. Especially like with a volcanic plateau, like the volcanoes can have different amounts of water in them, and that causes different types of eruptions and stuff. Like the composition and fluid amount in a volcano, that's what causes some volcanoes to be very shooty up in the air, and then some of them just kind of like slime out. And so I could imagine that volcanic plateau kind of sediment, like this whole, it could be a whole water rich thing, and it could just be like under because it went down, it's already part of like a subducting thing. It could already be under. That's the reason I would think. I have to get back to you on that. The water lies 2 miles under the ocean floor off the coast of New Zealand. Do you know which side of New Zealand? New Zealand's I've been to New Zealand. That's the only place I've been besides America is New Zealand. And so actually, I was in grad school when I saw my first mountains, and my first mountains were New Zealand. I never saw mountains before in my life. Well, I could have going out to LAX before going to New Zealand. I could have looked out the window at the Rockies, but I said, well, you've never seen a mountain before. Let's just make it New Zealand on our way out there. So I didn't look at the Rockies. But I barely ever flew and stuff. I never saw mountains before New Zealand. And so I'll have to get back to you about all this stuff because that is interesting. Copper Horse. You have Copper Horse and Miss Siren. You guys all have good questions. And Mitzi Scott, you guys are all, this is very fun. But now you're making me think a lot. I watched something like that with some scientists in Antarctica. Pretty fascinating stuff. Yeah, the Antarctica stuff. I know people that work on a couple of different projects. Like there's the neutrino physics project in Antarctica. But then like the guys who take the ice cores in Antarctica, I know some of them. I haven't talked to them for a while. That's fine. Have I seen the humpback whales in Hawaii? No, I haven't. Oh, I'm going to have to get going, though, in a minute. Because I'm tired. And I need to finish my dinner. I'm starting to feel myself getting sleepy. My mother-in-law is from Hawaii. They're so pretty. Have you been to the Grand Canyon? I have been to the Grand Canyon. I didn't really get to stay too long and stuff. It was with my parents when I was a senior in high school. We went down to Phoenix to see my dad's uncle at his place and his aunt. And we went down to the Phoenix area for that. I got to drive a golf cart around a highway and stuff. And on that trip, we went to the Grand Canyon, but I didn't. And I wasn't into geology stuff yet, and so I didn't really get a chance to appreciate it. But I want to go back. We also went to the big meteor impact site that's down there. I'm blanking right now on where it is, but like there's like the building and stuff that like right in the middle of it. We went to that too. But I really want to go when I can really appreciate everything that I'm seeing. Oh, I really should get going. I'm getting tired. I'm starting to lose it. Like, I might think that Rip Torn and Rip Taylor are the same guy. Are there any last questions or anything? Or like, I mean, I'm trying to do this more often. I really want to do this more often. I'm also thinking at some point of doing a 24-hour stream just to see if I can and see how many views I can get on it and stuff. But that might just be a reaction thing of like me watching videos and talking about it. That's what he meant. Okay, time to go. Yeah, it's been really fun, you guys. I have really enjoyed this. Miss Siren, thank you so much for showing up and hanging out. And Missy Scott, thank you so much too. And Copper Horse and Di, you guys are great, and I feel so chat safe with you guys around as mods. Is Vargas still here? No, did Vargas leave? Miss Siren, Missy Scott, Stogie on Wheels. Did he head up? I can't remember. Vargas is awesome. I'm so glad he's here. Or was here. Or, coming on here. Who else? And Dom was here. That was cool. And Midwest Goodbye indeed. I don't want to forget anybody. Thank you guys. And thank you anybody that didn't chat but watch, because it says I have 7 viewers. But that'd be so nice if YouTube just lied to make you feel better, though. No, seriously. You have like 15 viewers. And it's like, I know I don't, but thanks, YouTube. That makes me feel better. Oh, Jocelyn, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, I'm so glad that you showed up. And yeah, you're working probably right now because you said you were. And so, yeah, thanks for stopping by, and I hope you have a good night at work. And okay, wait, I have to finish reading this. This isn't part of the Midwest Goodbye Die, okay? This is because I didn't read it because it just popped up. In February 2024, a team of 24 marine scientists discovered more than 100 new species, including fish, shrimp, and corals in the Bounty Trough, 500-mile-long depression off the coast of New Zealand's South Island. The team explored the largely uncharted waters of the trough, which is located off the eastern coast of New Zealand's South Island. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, because I mostly know like between the two islands, not like off unless they mean yeah, I don't really, like, I just know, like, the fault system between the two islands pretty well, but I don't know, or not, I mean, I know of it decently, but yeah, this is interesting. It's been fun, take care. Yes, thank you for coming, Mitzi Scott. Yes, Di, Midwestern Goodbye, and Jocelyn, so glad, yeah, okay, I'm so glad that you came too. This was awesome. It's so fun when you show up. And does limestone in Iowa mean they are okay, like, for earthquakes and stuff? Is that what this little heart icon kind of hides some of the question. For Iowa, I wouldn't worry about earthquakes at all. I don't know what kind of fault systems there are that have been there. It's been in the middle of the continent for a long time, though, and I don't think that even the New Madrid stuff really reaches up there very much. And so limestone is good though, in the way that it's like it would be softer compared to other things. So if there was an earthquake, the limestone would make the energy go away a lot faster. So it would be good to have the limestone to like dissipate the energy of an earthquake. So that would be a good way to make earthquakes less bad, would be to have them in limestone. But I don't think that there would be fault like it's also harder to like, I think, make limestone into a fault. Like it's more possible to have like a weathering, and not necessarily in like into like a cave kind of thing. You can have weathering into like just a mud kind of thing too, and so yeah, especially in Iowa. I don't think I mean, in Iowa and Wisconsin and like Minnesota, that it's called the Cryon. No, that's not right. There is a special word for the place in the United States that we are, and it's just because it hasn't been impacted by. I really wish I remembered. All I can think of is Chiron, like the thing at the bottom of news stories, and I can't think of the real word. But there is a name for our like the Iowa and Wisconsin and stuff. It's just been so inactive for so long. It's got really, really old rock. Some of the oldest rock you can find on this planet. Because it's just been sitting here and it hasn't been impacted by tectonic forces. So that if you would be concerned about earthquakes, Iowa is one of the best places to be that you don't have to worry about it. Does that make sense? Jocelyn, super interesting. The ocean is so vast and deep, so much is unknown. I know, right? Oh my god. And I've been following the MH370 stuff, like the Malaysian airline. It went down. There's this guy off the coast of Australia who said he pulled up a wing from it, like right after it happened with his fishing boat. And then he said he dropped it and then went to call somebody, but he was like, at first wasn't sure if he should do anything. I don't know. Anyway, it's like there must have been something else that he could have done instead of dropping it. Anyway, so he said he's been telling people he told the people that are going to go out and search again where this was. But I heard just recently that he told people about this, but then I heard back then he told people about this. So I don't know what the real story about this guy is. But off the coast of Australia, some guy said there's just so much about MH370 that I could talk about. I've watched some things and read some stuff and have my opinions, and I don't know. But I really want those people to be found for their families, because this is ridiculous. Let's see. Yep. Have a great weekend, everyone. Jocelyn says so, and I agree. All right. Yep. Good morning, Di. Good morning, everybody.